All right. Goodness gracious. Seriously? Goodness. I don't think that's ever happened before. Third time's a charm, right? I wonder if anybody will ever get in the room because of my mishaps. So what's going on, ladies, gentlemen? 4 people, come in the house. Come on. Steve, there we go. Did you see my mishaps there? 3 in a row. Let's try this for a 3rd time. Holy moly. How are you, Mr. Steven? Test, test. How's my audio, by the way? Good to go? Yeah, looks like it so far. Awesome. Good to hear it. Monday night, 8:20. Well, I almost made it. I literally forgot and looked at the clock and said, oh my gosh. So I came running. 11 people viewing. Come on in, people. Let's fill the house. See what we can do on a Monday night. Anybody? Pile on in. Don't be shy. Eat pie, drink chai, get high. Don't be shy. That was an Indian bookseller in Kathmandu, Nepal. Each morning when I woke up, walked down the cement steps, he'd greet, "Welcome to Kathmandu. Eat pie, drink chai, get high. Don't be shy." Isn't that funny? That was 48 years ago. 38 years ago. And I still remember it. How can you forget something like that, right? Steve, you've been here before, right? It seems like I recognize your profile picture. Whereabouts are you? Thank you, brother. Give me 1 second. Cat Williams, or Cat William, singular. How are you? A woman, I take it? A girl? Yeah, don't forget the thumbs up, Cat. That'll help put the channel out in front of more people. Yeah. Is there life on Uranus? That's an old one, Cat. Yeah. Or Steve, I mean. Sorry. That was Cat that said that. You know, that was the name of a, this may not mean anything to you, an over-the-line tournament team name had a name of, what was it? Is there life on Uranus, I think? Or crabs from Uranus. That's what it was. It was crabs from Uranus. That was the name of a team. Uplifting Joe. Well, I'm down in the basement, Joe. My family's upstairs. But how are you, Joe? Mr. Joseph. Yeah, over the line was a sport in Southern California. developed by old developed, gosh, probably back in the 50s or 60s, 1950s, 60s. Old Mission Beach Athletic Club developed the sport over the line. It's like a beach volleyball played on the beach in the sand, but it was a baseball themed oriented sport. They actually have a world over the line tournament down in San Felipe, Mexico. And it's quite the turnout. Thousands, tens of thousands of people. I think it's 2 weekends during the summer. And it attracts teams from all over the United States. Don't know if people actually travel from other parts of the world. They might to compete in this over-the-line tournament, OTL, also known as over the line. As a matter of fact, if you search it, I'm going to see it's got a like a layout of the field. Here, 2025 Over the Line World Championship, Old Mission Beach Athletic Club. Here you go. Old Mission Beach Athletic Club down in Southern California. Quite the event. See his tape, his hands are all taped up, his fingers are taped up. It's because for the men, there's no gloves. The women's teams have an option to wear gloves. It's pretty brutal. It's three men, as you can see in these pictures, some of these pictures. There's 3 men or 3 people to a team. And yeah, I guess I'm not in the mood to play games today. So, Oso, you're out of here! Prick. There, I'm in the mood tonight to say some things. So anyways, that's the over the line. And that your comment about I'm from the planet Uranus reminded me of some of the team names. How are you, Joe? I don't know if I got a oh wait, further down here. No, it looks like no response there. Kat, are you still there? Steve? What happened to Kitty? Now, Kitty's a Filipina that just got home from work, and I told her I would go vertical, and I ended up taking 3 tries just to do that. And so I thought she'd come back, and apparently she's gone. So come one, come all, come in, don't swipe. Just stop. Come on back. And thanks again, Steve, for that plug there. As they say in the live stream world, thanks for flexing my channel. Anybody out there? Hello, hello? Did I lose everyone? No response all of a sudden. Come back, come back! Come in, guys, come in. Just pop on in for a few seconds. Say hello. Who knows? We might just have something in common. Anyone? Anyone? Come on, guys. Joe, where'd you go? Kat, Steve, Kitty, where'd you go? Come on, guys, don't be shy. It's okay. Anybody? Hello? Hello? Well, looks like things got quiet really quick. Test, test. I see 4 people up there viewing. That's 8 eyeballs. Come in, come in. Okay. 3 people. Come in, come in. All right, 0 people viewing now. Come on in, people. Don't swipe. Just come on in. Anybody? Hello. Test, test. Anybody out there? Testing, test, check, check. Hey, what's up with my channel? That is, it's like something is hiding my channel, or you know what? Let's see. Let me check something real quick. Maybe because I don't have the tags that I normally do. I don't know. Not sure. Nope, it's good to go. Thumbnail, maybe a gallery, pictures, not. What could it be? Any idea? Let's see what that. Oh. Well, I'll hang out here until I get some visitors, huh? Let's see. Connor! What's up, Mr. Connor? You're the first person that popped in a while now. How's things there? I'm doing well. And you? Awesome. What part of the world brings you, Connor? USA? New Jersey myself. Here on the East Coast, 8:36 p.m. Wisconsin, the cheese state. Hoorah. Daughter and her husband, I think his mom and dad have a house up there in Oshkosh. Did you guys get hit pretty hard by this winter wonderland? Then it passed over, and now you've got the remnants of the insult. Yeah, it was really mild here in Jersey, and it went, it came and it went, and now the temperature's starting to rise back during the day, and everything's melted, so. Got pretty cold, at least for New Jersey. got down in the single digits a few nights, but I know, you too? Wait a minute. Now we got something in common. I'm waiting for the same so I can take my kayak out to the lake and start bass fishing again. I've got a really convenient body of water about 2 miles from me at a state college campus. And I drop my sit-on-top kayak and all the bells and whistles, waiting to go hunting again. Hunting for bass, that is. Yeah, what lake are you fishing at, or plural? Do you have a circuit that you hit? Oh, I bet. Yeah. Well, here, get this. Gotcha. The I kind of lost track of what goes on during the winter, as far as the temperatures, and how many days it's been, below freezing, and et cetera, et cetera. So I just kind of lost track of it. I've been dwelling in the house mostly, and, just, again, kind of lost track of what time of the year it was. So the temperatures got up to near 50, or in the low 50s a couple days in a row. And I thought, cha-ching, time to go fishing. It's got to, maybe it'll produce something, even though it's been cold. And so I got my boat ready and, uncovered it and kind of broke it out of its winter shell. I keep it out of my driveway covered up. And it's a tandem sit-on-top kayak, which I use solo 99% of the time. And I got it outfitted, pretty much I'm done with the do-it-yourself projects, including, a spot lock trolling motor and pedals and paddle and all the 9 yards, shallow water anchor, etc. So I'm all rigged up and ready. Oh, and a fish finder. So I get it all squared away. It doesn't take but half an hour or less to get everything hooked up, and then off I go. And so I head on out. Again, it's only 1 mile down to the Starbucks, then make a left turn and another mile out to the lake. And it's on a college campus, so it's technically private property, although you can fish on the lake with you're supposed to have a license, etc. But the maintenance guys have already told me and others, that you can access this private road to get to this launch area. It's just a dirt path or road that goes down to the edge of the lake. And everybody parks alongside of the road in the pullouts and backs their trailer down to the, I shouldn't say everybody, but those that use it, that have a trailer, just can back your trailer down to the edge of the water and launch and then park. And so I go through my routine. I get there. I'm the only one there, of course. And I back the trailer down. And as I'm backing out and I got my head over my shoulder, I'm looking and all I see is white, in the horizon. And I'm thinking, wait a minute. Wait, is that what I think I saw? So I stopped the car, I put it in park, emergency brake set, and I get out and I walk down the path and I realize what I'm looking at. And all I'm looking at is a sheet of ice out on the lake. And I went, oh no. Oh yeah, what time of the year is it? And how many days has it been cold? And I walk to the edge and I'm like looking down and there's like just, a half inch of ice there. I'm crunching through it as I walk out in my boots. And I'm looking out on the lake and it's just one sheet of ice out there. And I went, well, guess I ain't going fishing. So I walked back and I drove that thing all the way home and I had to break everything down, and detach the trailer. And I thought, Gary, didn't you do your homework before you left? Oh, but it kind of made me laugh. And then I went out a week or so after that, or maybe 2 weeks after that. And I realized, okay, it's been this many days above freezing. And, the nights haven't been as cold. So I wonder if there's any, if any part of the lake is open yet. So instead of taking my boat out this time, I just did a recon in my car and I went over there and I went to the edge. I walked down to the edge just like I did before. And I realized, okay, I can see about 100 yards or more on the north side of the north shore of the lake that is open, at least from what I can see. And I don't know what it's like out there, in the middle, or if there's any access to any other part. So I thought, okay, there's enough water there to launch my boat. So I went home and I hooked everything back up and I towed it out there. And sure enough, I was able to launch. As a matter of fact, let me show you I did a little short, like a minute and a half or 2 minutes of coverage. It's just a quick in and out. But let me bring it up here. And again, it turned out to be like 100 yards from the shore out was open on the north side of the lake. The lake's only about maybe half a mile long and about a quarter mile wide. And then there's multiple lakes attached, but unless you portage your boat, your kayak across land to get to the other string lakes, we'll call them. There's no other access to them. So I went ahead and launched and then cruised up and down the open side and tried to get through the ice, and it's too thick still. So I just kind of wandered up and down a couple times, threw my line out, pretended like I was fishing on top of the ice, and then dragging it to the edge until it dropped off and to the open water, and didn't get anything. But it was nice. It was fun. It was beautiful, cool. But so yeah, let me bring that up. I'll show you here real quick. Fishing here. See if I got it here. Yeah, here we go. Let me just show you this quick. Whoa, what happened? Okay. I know. Shouldn't be too long. I'm wondering what it looks like right now. I haven't been back there. It's been getting cold. It was icy the other morning, but I'm wondering, how much movement and how much breakup. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's in the 40s right now during the day, or high 30s, getting to be close to 40. But let me share this with you here. Oh, it's a minute 43, so it's just a short clip. The lake is somewhat open with some water spots. See if I can break through the ice. Don't know how thick it is out there. All right, guys. Well, I'm back. Finally got out on the water. Found out that most of the lake is still frozen. This side, the north side of the lake, is free of ice from the dam all the way back to about 3/4 the length of the lake. So I just decided to call it quits. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. till midnight Eastern Standard Time for my live stream. As you were, see you then. See ya. So yeah, that was my first attempt to tease myself that springtime is coming. Oh, let me, now that we're on that subject, now that you're in here, might as well, if you have a little more time, let me show you what that lake can be like without the ice on it. I think I've got some. Oh, here's when I first got the spot lock, it's an external motor that fits on not any trolling motor, but as long as the shaft of the trolling motor is an inch, I think it's 1.125 inches. That's the standard diameter of a trolling motor, shaft. But some of them have an inch diameter, and that's too thin. The adapter that goes around the neck of the trolling motor only fits the larger, the 1.125 inch diameter. But otherwise, it fits any trolling motor with that diameter, and it's offered by a U.S. company that buys it from South America. It's called an Autoboat. So anyways, when I first got that, I did this video, and it's not as I didn't have all the what do you call it? I didn't have it figured out yet, didn't have it rigged up to the way I have it now. This was like one of my initial test runs with it, and then discovered, what I needed to do and eliminate this, and that didn't work, and et cetera, et cetera. So this is the that video. It's just a music accompanied test run. Get rid of that music or pause that for a second.
Leave your coat, it isn't cold out. I'll be with you just in case.
Whoop.
Don't be nervous, 'cause I'm here now. Fight the urge to stay the same. I got my hand out, won't you reach for me? Try to say you, but you're asleep. Darling, wake up and look at me. Everything they told you is make-believe. I will make you wonder if I'm real. Darling, wake up, I'll never leave. I'll never leave. Leave your hat, I wanna see you. Don't be scared to show your face, 'cause 'cause you're as beautiful as heaven.
I'll have to show you the monster I caught from this very spot right here. Not in this video, though. I'm going to show it to you.
Come to rescue me. And I wanna save you, 'cause darling, you saved me. Darling, wake up and look at me. Everything they told you is make-believe, 'cause I won't make you wonder if I'm real. Darling, wake up, I'll never leave. I'll never leave.
All right. So here's the story behind that, or the evolution of that kayak. I got this crazy idea sitting in front of the television that I was already fishing for bass, but doing shore fishing, from all the local ponds and lakes. And then something guided me towards sit-on-top kayaks. And so I started looking into that. And I didn't want to spend the top dollar for the latest and greatest in kayaks and trolling motors and so on. Didn't know anything really about it. So I started looking and did my shopping and found a company that seemed to have an option that was half the price of what the current prices that were out there. So not knowing any better, I went ahead and pulled the trigger on this Brooklyn Kayak Company. And it's basically just a Chinese-made molded, kayak, just like any other kayaks, but without, pretty much just bare, with a paddle and seats and pedal drive. And the idea was to get my spouse involved so that she could participate in even a small capacity. I'll do all the work and the navigation and, so on. And she can sit and have fun and go out with me. And if she wants to, she can drop the pedals into the water and join. At least that was the idea. I thought, that was simple. That would be a no-brainer. Well, make a long story shorter, she didn't end up taking to that. And not that she didn't like it. It just didn't become part of her routine, and didn't want to join me, as much as I thought she was going to. So I was going out with this 14-foot, boat tank of a kayak, with 2 seats and 2 pedal drives. And I ended up removing, the front seat and the front pedal drive because there's nobody up there. So I'm by myself in the stern, and realized, pretty quickly that it was a tank of a kayak, but nonetheless sturdy, overly sturdy. You can stand up in it and without really too much issues. You can sit there and rock yourself back and forth, and have a hard time tipping that thing over. So I was out there, like I said, 90+% of the time by myself. So I started modifying it to accommodate me. Eventually, every now and then, I would have an opportunity to take somebody out, and if that presented itself, I could do that. I put the extra seat up, just tighten the bolts and get the paddle on the side and a pedal drive for them if they, the pedal drive. Well, the pedal drives that came with it were, like I said, Chinese made all the way. Definitely not something you find out early on that there are better options out there, but you have to pay, to upgrade it. So I could do that, but I could accommodate somebody else, but that was far and few between. I got my son out there at the beginning during the maiden voyage and a few times after that, but even that, he kind of fell by the wayside. So again, I'm out there by myself. And as the more you go out there, the more you figure out what you need or what you don't need. And, if I only had this, or if I put this over on this side instead of that side, et cetera, et cetera. So I started playing that game. And next thing you know, I ended up with what I have today, realizing that that front that front pedal slot where the pedal drive goes is empty the whole time. And I thought, I think maybe somebody else used a trolling motor in that slot, and I watched a YouTube video of them. So that got my idea. It's like, well, then I should be able to put a trolling motor up there. How's that going to work? So I come to find out the stock, what do you call it? The mount. There's another name for that. For the what was that for? Oh, it came with a trolling motor mount option when I bought it, and I purchased that and the trolling motor that came with it. I'm sorry, that's how that came about. I didn't see it from another video. It was actually already incorporated into the kayak when I bought it. The trolling motor and the trolling motor mount. But that was also Chinese all the way. I mean, not, the latest, greatest. And then you learn, through trial and error that what is out there compared to what you have. And that you definitely want to upgrade because there's, better options out there. So I used that trolling motor for a while, but the only way I could use it is if the trolling motor is right there in front of me, because, as you know, it's handheld and you manually operate the forward speed and the reverse speed and the taking it up out of the water and putting it down into the water. And the only way you can do that is if you have access to it. So I either had, when I had a rider, I would put the trolling motor up front because there's better maneuverability when you can turn the bow, at will, 180 degrees and spin the boat literally on its, central point. But when the trolling motor's in the rear with me and I'm alone, rear drive is very cumbersome, and it takes like a 30-foot circle circumference, to turn that boat around. Even with it has a rudder, a handheld, left-handed rudder handle. Even with that, it took like 30 feet to turn that boat around. Even with the trolling motor, maybe it cut it down a little bit, but you get the drift. It just wasn't very practical. The most practical place for that trolling motor is at the bow. Well, that's 10 feet in front of me, or 8 feet or whatever, and I can't operate it from in the rear. So I started researching, going to forums, Facebook, and other places, social media, and looking at what others are doing. And most people were mounting the trolling motor in the rear on a kayak and then having pedal steering. Not all kayaks have pedal steering, but you can buy it and modify it if that's what you choose to do. So I hemmed and hawed about that. Thought that there was too much involved in that, and that it wasn't going to turn out to be I wasn't going to be able to do as good of a job by myself. So I kept thinking, that that trolling motor belongs up front. And they've got bow mount trolling motors where they actually make a platform there at the bow, a plywood platform where they can mount the trolling motor on top of that. These, what's the brand? The most popular bass fishing boat trolling motors, with the cable pull up and release. I'm drawing a blank on the brand. So I started thinking, I started going that route. What material am I going to buy to mount on the top of, not Minn Kota? It's the high end on bass fishing boats with the cable bringing the trolling motor up out of the water and then back down into the water with the pedal drive. I mean the pedal control. What's the brand of that? Anyways, doesn't matter. So, we're talking $1,500, to get a one of those setups on the bow of a kayak. Well, that's how much I paid for the kayak, and so it's like, gosh, so hard to commit to. Hold on a second. An investment such as that. If I'm going to do that, I'm thinking, I might as well just put out the big bucks to just get a completely whole new setup, a whole new kayak with the spot lock trolling motor already built into it. It's made for the kayak, and go that route. So I pursued that for a while, and then I kept looking at that pedal slot going, I already had a trolling motor in that pedal slot. That's what it's made for. The mount that comes with the kayak is made for, holding a trolling motor in that pedal slot. So why change something that works? All I got to figure out is how do I control the rising the trolling motor up out of the water and down back into the pedal slot in the rear of my kayak. So I thought about, in my head, I'm thinking pulley systems, because others rely on pulley systems, to control their trolling motors in the stern, raising it up out of the water and back down. They use pulley systems. Well, I have a rock climbing and mountaineering background, and I thought, well, we use pulley systems for hauling, in climbing, and it's called a Z, or a 3-to-1 pulley system, a Z pulley system. And so I thought, well, why can't that work just in a miniaturized or smaller scale? So I started spinning and literally on paper trying to figure out and using the internet and so on. And so I'm out there, eyeballing where I'm going to put pulleys and how it's going to work and how do I attach it to the trolling motor and where. And then I go out onto the water and I test it. I finally got one figured out and it worked well. And so I bring it out on the water and realize, okay, that's not going to work. I can't have an eye bolt going through the shaft of the trolling motor with a carabiner clipped onto that eye bolt, because the trolling motor needs to spin 360 degrees. And I initially I didn't have a spot lock yet. It was I had what they call not an ECU. That's a car. My gosh, I haven't used it so long I can't think of the abbreviation, but it's basically the ECU for the motor, for the trolling motor, where you operate it with a fob, a remote control. And it doesn't spin though; it's just forward and reverse. And the steering is just fixed. I'm trying to, yeah. Is it fixed? Yeah. At the time, it was just fixed, going forward and reverse, and I would steer via the rudder in the rear. So I was still committed to making that 30-foot diameter circle if I wanted to, turn around. But with the rudder, it was better than before. And I could motor, 3 miles per hour, maybe 4 on a good day with the wind. And so that was kind of a game, we'll call it a game changer. I could get from point A to point B a lot quicker. And I figured out how to, I didn't have to worry about the trolling motor spinning yet, because I didn't have that auto boat that you saw in the video. So that wasn't an issue. I just had an eye bolt going through the shaft, and all I needed to do was raise it up out of the water and lower it back down. The only hiccup that I encountered was when you raise it up out of the water, the propeller isn't always vertical. So if it's horizontal, it gets stuck on, under the boat in the pedal slot. So it's just, I just found out it was a matter of standing up, taking my paddle, reaching forward and just dropping the paddle blade into that slot and push the propeller vertical before I raise it up out of the water. That just became, something matter of fact, other kayakers had to do in order to align to raise the motor up out of the pedal slot. So that was no biggie. And that's the way I did for a long time, and was able to go forward, and I could literally go reverse full power, not 3 speeds, 5 speeds forward, 5 speeds reverse. I had, as a matter of fact, let me show you what I've got up on the screen right now. I found a remote control from China again, for these e-surfboards and e-skateboards, the electronic surfboards and skateboards operated via remote with a battery pack. Well, I used that remote to operate the motor going forward and reverse, and it was a pistol grip. I'll show you here. And that enabled me to, I didn't have to twist the, all I did was remove the switch in the trolling motor head and just hardwired it, black to black, red to red, without any speeds. And I relied on the speed with this variable controlled remote control. Let me show you that real quick. That Velcro piece on there so that I could, it didn't have a lock on the trigger. So if I wanted to go from point A to point B, somewhat of a distance away, I didn't have to sit there and hold it with my finger. It got tiring after a while holding it with my finger. So I put a piece of Velcro, and that enabled me to actually adjust it, variable. It went from 0 to 100%, both forward and reverse. So I could go full speed forward and full speed reverse, at least as fast as reverse would go. And that was my do-it-yourself for a good long time, until I discovered the auto boat. That's the motor that goes on that trolling motor, and it spins it 360 degrees, and it's operated via a remote control that comes with it. Now that was a super game changer. I mean, to this day, I use it, and it's it's like an auto captain, somebody driving your boat hands free.
Just sit right back
Oh my
and you'll
God.
hear a tale of a fateful trip
You gotta watch
that started near this campus isle aboard this tiny ship. The mate was a mighty devil dog, the skipper a navy squid. 2 passengers set sail this day for a 5-hour bid. A 5-hour bid. The fishing had been just begun, the anchor deep and set. But when the spike was pulled upon, the yak tipped to the west. The yak tipped to the west.
Yes, we did capsize. All caught on video.
The ship came to rest with its belly up, the flotsam and the rest, with Lincoln, the skipper too, the yellow perch and turtle, the Canadian geese, the pickerel and the bass, swimming a beautiful lake, Fred.
Yes, that was a 5.0 pound bass in that last picture caught from that lake. We're a little nose heavy because I got your seat so far forward. I might slide you back a bit. Matter of fact, I'm gonna go over to this dock, and if you could just get off, and we're gonna slide your seat back. Wow, what a peaceful morning, huh? I'm gonna go up to the shore here, so you can get out of there, and we'll just slide the seat back a bit. I'll help you out here.
Ready?
1, 2, 3.
Aye.
Got it? Okay. Could you hold that for me?
Got it.
There we go.
We're going to be fishes of fish today, not fishes of
Yeah. I was listening to the preaching on the way, and I'll talk about it. It was awesome. I just caught the tail end of it. It's a Irish guy or a Scottish preacher, you know, with that strong brogue accent,
Right.
kind of like Ravi Zacharias. Remember Ravi? That guy, man, he was a modern day Spurgeon.
Oh,
Oh yeah, super brilliant.
ready?
Yeah, get your foot. You might have seen in there, I had some actual surgical tubing to help keep that trolling motor down in the water. I didn't have anything, couldn't think of another way of keeping this trolling motor down in the water. Whenever I put it in reverse, it would kick the trolling motor up out of the pedal slot, and the propeller would strike the bottom of the, you know, the kayak, and that was, you know, not a good thing. So I was trying to figure out, how do I keep that thing down in the water? I have since solved that problem, but at that time I was just using, you know, slingshot tubing, you know, surgical tubing, to try to keep that thing down in the water. It worked, but it still had its hiccups. So anyways, go ahead.
Aye.
There you go. All right.
Plenty
And
of-
the
back.
cheap
Plenty of leg room
pedal
there.
drives that came Plenty with of leg the room, and the weight is a little further back here. Now, when I
Sound good? Sounds good.
when I was when I had a rider like I have in this instance, he could manually steer, you know, with the trolling motor. So that was, you know, very convenient, because we could just sit there and spin the boat around, literally, you know, on a dime. Apparently. And then he could align the propeller when I needed it to raise it up out of the water. Actually, I don't even think I had that pulley system on there. I don't. He would raise it up out of the water, you know, and drop it back down manually. This KVD, KGV, no, that's King James version. KVD crankbait. It's like a medium depth bill on it, and it's actually a little bit too deep for this body of water, because it dives, you know, about 3 to 4 feet, maybe 5 feet deep. Therefore, because of that, I got to top water this, you know, this crankbait, and just let it float to the top, like I said earlier, and just crank it 12 inches or less, you know, under the water surface, because I'm just going to hit the bottom. And I've proven myself differently by saying it's 3 feet deep. Average is 3 feet deep, but I have an 8-foot. That's an 8-foot power pole, I believe that's what they call it, and I can bury that thing under the water over by the dam here in front of me. You know, the walkway there. The water is probably 10 feet, And when the lily pads are out, this is a sea. It's literally one giant lake of lily pads. And it's kind of overwhelming at first because you have no idea, where do I start in this sea of lily pads? Well, the more time you spend out here, you start getting an eye for where the openings are and how the lily pads are actually choked and congested in a line that a fish would choose to hide under and gather under, as opposed to a little less congested lily pad section, that's only sparse. Keep your line in for a second. I'm gonna reposition this thing. We're gonna see that log that lay down over there to the right. See that log sticking out? Well, that's a landmark for me. Just past this, up ahead, is the hole. We're still about, here we go. We're starting to get into the deep water here. See how shallow it is? Look here to your right. I don't know if you can see the bottom or not, but we're like in 2 feet of water at the moment. Here we go. Anchor here. Well, look how deep it is here. See, I can bury this thing all the way down. There we go. All right. I think we're good. I don't know if you heard, this is an old cranberry bog, I guess, historically in this area, and it was dammed up and then filled. So the average depth of this entire body of water is maybe 2 feet average. You're like in the hole. There are some deeper spots, like I said, down by the dam, and where I'm at right now, there's a hole. But otherwise, you can literally get something. It's like a bog bottom. It has like 3 feet of just murk underneath, if not more, with 3 feet of water on top of it. So you would sink over your head in this spot, but 3 or 4 feet of it is just decomposed vegetation, under the water. In the chalet, drinking their toddies, right? While you're up there cranking. Yep. Let me fast forward here. I'm going to get to where the mishap happens here. I set that shallow water anchor, and it's really murky and muddy underneath. So sometimes it gets a little suctioned underneath the water. So it requires a little bit of, leverage to kind of twist that thing up out of the mud. Well, with 2 people in the boat, I ended up finding out what not to do here. Oh my gosh. Why is my mouse not working? So Link ends up getting his line stuck in the bushes. Oh my gosh, my mouse is stuck. Don't pull anymore. It's the hook is set inside something. So I'm going to pull the anchor up, or at least try.
So anyway,
you notice the boat is tilting to the right? Like, yeah, oh crap. Rose, she died.
And Rose had...
Holy crap. Listen to Link struggling. I didn't realize the camera was rolling the whole time. It was so cool. Now, the most what you can't see and tell is we're actually standing sunk in the murk. Thank God for that, because if we were just had nothing but water underneath our feet, it would have been a little bit harder. Not as far as uprighting the boat, but just managing everything, because we're literally standing buried up past our knees underneath the boat. So I was actually able to tell Link, put your feet down. You can feel the bottom. We're up to our chest or almost our neck, but we're on at least something somewhat solid underneath us. And he's hanging onto the edge of the boat. The boat's upright now, and so am I. So then it goes from there. And Link seems to be more concerned about recovering the stuff that's floating in the water. And I was like, don't worry about it. Let's get back in the boat.
I'm gonna get back in the boat, and then I'll help you in the boat, okay? Hold on, don't walk.
And my vest has deployed.
Right,
It's the automatic,
and,
deployment with the air cylinder. And Link's hasn't deployed. And I was trying to figure that out. It's like, why isn't it deployed?
You're okay? Okay.
And come to find out, it's a manual pull on his. I didn't realize that. I learned the hard way. But he was fine. He was hanging onto the edge of the boat, or the side of the boat. I just told him to hang on.
You're okay?
Okay, I'm up in the boat.
Are you okay?
I'm good. I hope I'm good.
All right, hold on. Wait, give me the pole.
He's 84 years old in this
He
picture.
lost all the rods. Well,
And then he all of a sudden got into this like stare. I mean, he had his eyeballs like staring forward, and I was talking to him and he wasn't responding. And I'm thinking, I'm an ex-paramedic, and I'm sitting there doing like a quick assessment on him, kept asking him, are you okay? Are you okay? Because it was cold. But anyways, and he wouldn't respond to me. So let me go from there.
There's still some sticking up.
hold on. I'm going to break the line just because that's the easiest solution. Just hang on to the boat. Okay? I know you're cold.
We're getting there.
Cold. Here, right here. Walk over here. Right here in front of me. There's something right here. Right, look, this way. Come this way. No. Don't worry about the water bottle. Come over here.
he's constantly reaching out and trying to get stuff, and I'm like, Link, let's get in the boat.
Walk this way.
But I found out that it's next to near impossible to get this man
Okay.
into the boat. So,
Come on, yeah, you laugh. There's another pole. Oh, there's a net. Okay, good. Okay. Come on, keep laughing, Link. Are you okay? Link. No, I just want you to talk to me.
We're fine.
All right. And look at me. All right.
he got really slow, almost like, what the heck? Is he having a stroke?
Hold on, let me get you in the boat.
And I gotta interject here. He was in the emergency room in the recent past. Apparently, he had a visitor over at his house, and I found out after the fact, after a Sunday evening church service with him and I and this other older friend of his. we went to go get donuts at a Dunkin' Donuts afterwards. And during that, I find out that this friend of his tells me that he ended up taking him to the emergency room because he presented the way he was describing it, very similar to what he was presenting here out on the water, where he kind of became unresponsive, but just staring straight ahead and not responding. So to give him the benefit of the doubt, his friend took him to the ER, and it turned out it was uneventful. They didn't find anything, ended up releasing him. But I remember remembering that when I'm out on the water and he started presenting that way, and I was like, Link, look at me, to see what his response would be. And he turned eventually and looked at me. He goes, I'm fine. And I was like, bro. So anyways.
Hang on to the boat. Listen. See, we got 3 out of 4 poles still. Good work, rough boss. Hold on. No, really. We did. We did it. We actually pushed our emergency stop. All right. Stand by. Just go back. Go back. Come back here. Ready? Get in the boat. Get your left leg up. Come on, open over that. Can you do it? Do it over there. Yeah, there you go.
Now, this guy went to the Philippines with me. He spent 3 weeks in the Philippines with me.
Yep.
Taking planes, trains, and automobiles for 3 weeks. And walking with a 25-pound backpack on his back.
But you're got cotton underneath.
That was our luggage. We both had backpacks.
Okay. You shouldn't be too cold with all your gear on, right? Stand by.
Here's a perfect example, or a perfect time to interject this, is I've been drilling him the whole time we've been out on the water. He became kind of like my somewhat regular partner whenever I went fishing, if he was available. And I would dress him, literally tell him, hey, Link, whatever you do, don't wear any cotton. Cotton kills. That's the expression in the outdoor arena, mountaineering, climbing circles. Cotton kills because it retains water. It doesn't wick. It doesn't dry. It stays next to your body, and it freezes you. So if you didn't already know that, if you're going to go out in the elements and you're putting yourself in a position where things can go wrong, don't wear any cotton. You should know that, living in Wisconsin, even down to your skivvies, your underwear, from your head to your toes, no cotton, nothing. Gloves, head, a gaiter, neck gaiter, a hat if you can. I mean, my hat I have it has some cotton in it, but you get the drift. From your head to your toes, you don't want any cotton. For this very reason, that happened to us. And you know what? You notice when I asked him, are you doing okay? Are you cold? He says, actually, I'm getting warm. Well, the clothing that I had him wear was literally half of it was my clothing. From his liners, on his underwear liners, the synthetic long johns with the top, nothing's cotton. He did make the mistake of not changing his underwear. I was trying to get him to wear my PT shorts, my physical fitness shorts from the military, with a nylon, liner in them. But I didn't go that far. I figured he took care of that himself. But otherwise, he was dressed appropriately. And even though the water was in the 50s, Kitty, there you are. You came back. Or colder. The clothing that we wore kept us warm, even though it was completely saturated, because we were wearing like what I'm wearing right now. It's a synthetic. Gosh, why do I have a brain fart when it comes to this material? Not pile, but whatever this material is, for insulation, and then a synthetic shell. And even though it gets wet, it provides warmth, and it heats up the water that is the theory is, it's not a theory, it's proven that this material wicks water away from your skin. It doesn't get rid of it, but it pulls the water away from your skin and keeps it on the outside of your insulation layer. And then the outside shell has a breathability feature to it, either Gore-Tex, and they've got other material today that actually allows water vapor to pass through the material. But water molecules, the larger water molecules, it's waterproof to a point on the outside. So it allows water vapor to escape, but keeps larger water molecules from penetrating. So that's that whole wicking principle. And even though we're soaking wet, water's being drawn away from our body, from our skin, and keeping it on the outside of the material. And then through body heat and so on, that water actually becomes warm, and it provides an insulation layer out away from your skin. So that's what's happening. And we stayed relatively warm. And then eventually things will wick away if there's enough heat generated, and it'll start to evaporate. But anyways, so motor's still working. You good?
I'm good.
Oh no, this was recording right here. This one's still recording. Well, we're gonna see the flip. That's great. All right.
You're kidding me, huh?
No, this one's recording. I can actually still see myself. Daniel.
Yeah.
Oh, and come to find out that the hull inside the hatches, the hull is about a quarter filled with water. And actually, I was noticing that
How are you doing?
the whole ship was a little
Put your hood up over you.
unstable,
That'll keep you warm.
even more so than it was. And that's when we decided to end the trip, and just after we gathered all the equipment.
That's like one big saturated tackle box, huh? Hey, Link, we found a dilemma that we always thought would never happen to us, right? The hull's pretty, look at that. God, we're pretty low in the water. Sit straight as you can.
And I've got a battery down in the hull.
Hold it down.
You know, a 50
That's
amp
the second time I've been
hour.
on the boat.
Really?
Yep.
You mean a boat, not this boat?
And
A-boat.
it turned out
A-boat,
to
yeah.
actually survive. It didn't get
I
completely
sank my
saturated.
12-footer
Which would have killed
in
it.
the
but
ocean and came up under it.
It survived. I still have it to this
Hold on a
day.
second.
As a matter of fact, still working. Still
You know
charging.
what? I should probably check the. I'm gonna go to the shore here, and I'm gonna
And out of
check the water level in this thing.
5 poles, I ended up recovering. How many do I got there? Looks like only 3. Out of 4 poles, I lost 1. Yeah, it looks like I had 4. So that was the end of that day. Anyways, don't know how many of you survived the 20-minute video there, but that was a learning experience. And now I don't have to use, well, I'd still use that shallow water anchor every now and then, but now that I have that spot lock trolling motor, that thing's an anchor of its own and literally hands-free. You know, I can be in 20 knot winds and that thing will hold me, you know, on a GPS position. And I can take care of emergencies. I can eat lunch. I can retie, tackle, do what I want in the boat, hands-free. You know, while the wind is wanting to blow me away, it just constantly is trying to lock me onto that spot. So I've used that and found out that it's quite the game changer when it comes to, you know, keeping you, in matter of fact, like keeping you out of the sticks on the shore or underneath overhangs, you know, with those poles sticking up behind you. God, what a rat's nest that can become when your poles start getting hung up in the branches above you. And as those that know, boaters know out on the water, wind is your worst enemy. Your craft becomes a sail, and the wind just blows it at its will wherever the wind is blowing. And so that motor is constantly fighting that and trying to lock you on that spot. So it's quite the game changer. Well, Daniel, what's up, young man? Hello, Kitty. Are you there? You're home, so you work the nights? Kitty, are you still there? I take it you must. You said you just got home, so I think I remember you telling me. So you got home at like 9 o'clock in the morning or 10 o'clock? And Kitty, you're in, gosh, it's been so long. Utah. Wait. Here we go again. There's somebody in the USA. And is it you? I always forget this. Somebody's in Utah. Is that you, Kitty? If you're still there? I believe it is. Daniel, are you still out there? What time do we got? 9:40 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Oh, did everybody do the thumbs up, the like icon there? I just clicked on my own. Oh, I'm almost there, by the way, ladies and gents, from reaching my 3,000 watch hours. I need like 240, 230 more watch hours. Let me look here. I'll tell you. I need 243 more watch hours. And it looks like I got 468 watch hours in the last 28 days. So that it shouldn't be more than a month or the next update. Whenever that was posted, 468 watch hours in 28 days. So if I'm getting 400 plus watch hours per month, then it shouldn't be more than a month before I reach 3,000. What did I say? I only need 200 or 300. What did I say? 243 more. So maybe 2 more weeks, or within 2 weeks, I should reach the 3,000. What I believe I saw when I got the notification that I had reached 3,000 watch hours, congratulations, you have reached 3,000 watch hours. More people are watching your channel notification. That was including shorts. And if I'm not mistaken, shorts watch hours on shorts is not included in your watch hours when it comes to being monetized. And I think that's what happened. Was I reached 3,000, but it was including shorts. And I'm not sure what the details are on shorts now, because they've increased the shorts from 1 minute to 3 minutes. You can do a 3-minute short now. So are you getting watch hours for those 3-minute shorts now, or no? Let's see, I guess it should be easy to find out. Watch hours for short YouTube videos. Right? Instead of speculating. Sadly, no. YouTube Shorts, despite being one of the hottest content formats within the YouTube platform, are not considered watch time for the YouTube Partner Program. There you go. Requirement. Therefore, there is no such thing as YouTube Shorts watch time count for monetization. Okay? So that's what it was deceiving to receive a notification that I reached 3,000 watch hours, which I had, but that was including shorts. And that's not counted when it comes to the partner program, the monetization program. So, oh, wait a minute. Now, what date was that? Here, see, conflicting, good old conflicting YouTube. Wait a minute. See, this is so. And then here's another one that says, yes, they do. Direct answer, yes, YouTube Shorts do count as watch hours. As of June 2021, YouTube announced that it would start counting views on shorts towards a creator's watch time. Oh, but it doesn't say towards the partner program. It says towards a creator's watch time. This change was made to provide a more accurate representation of creators' audience engagement. Okay. You see, very deceiving, very misleading here. You see, they do count as watch hours, which they do, but they don't count towards monetization. Here we go. How do YouTube Shorts impact monetization? The counting of shorts as watch hours has significant implications. AdSense revenue. Creators will also earn money from ads. Okay, but it looks like still, you see how this is misleading? After you're monetized, yes, the watch hours are counted. That's the way I'm interpreting this. They count for premium revenue, they count for AdSense revenue, and merchandise and sponsorship. You can use shorts to promote merchandise and sponsorship. But yeah, but do they count to qualify for monetization in the AdSense partnership program? No. You see, very, very deceiving here. You see how chismis can go rampant via social media? Is questions like this, right? You see, YouTube Shorts are not considered watch time for the YouTube Partner Program requirement. But once you're monetized, they do count towards your revenue. And you can use them to promote your product line if you have one. All right. You see? So the question is, do short videos count to qualify you for monetization? Here you go. There it is. This is a little better here. This is YouTube short views count towards a channel's total watch time, but they do not count towards monetization eligibility. See there? So that's Daniel. Daniel, you're in New Zealand, correct? I haven't seen you in a while. You and JR. I forget his last name, but I call him JR. He's in Auckland. Yeah, okay. Well, welcome back. You guys met, correct? The other, yeah, I believe you did. You finally were in the live stream together. I just used his name here recently, and I just called him JR. He commented on a video. Matter of fact, that's where I saw his name last. So there it is. This is via what website is this? So what's new in New Zealand, Daniel? Search engine journal. Wait. No. How is this posted? Or where does that come from? Oh, there it is. It's a search engine journal. That's via this link here. Might as well post it all. There we go. That's where that came from. It'd be better if I posted, right? Oh, here's Google support. Since it is a Google product now, YouTube is owned by Google. There it is. Anyways, two people in the house, or at least two people watching. I've got to I've got to share something good. Just the other weekend, it was the Art Deco weekend. Have you ever tried cold exposure, like doing the Win Hof method? Oh, I know. I remember Win Hof. Um, yeah, I've watched his stuff, and uh, don't follow him. Don't subscribe. I don't know if he has a channel. I think he does. YouTube channel, but it's yeah, he's not the first. To kind of practice that control over his body. There's one guy that does a pretty cool video I watched. He goes out into the snow and ice in his, I don't know what part of the United States he's in, but it looks like he's on the east somewhere, just due to the woods that he was in. And he goes out there in just a loincloth, like a leather loincloth, like Tarzan, bare chested, long hair and a ponytail, and nothing on his feet, just bare. He's basically naked with a loincloth on. And he goes out in the middle of the wintertime and survives in, sub freezing weather via just the control of his body. He's practiced this. I remember him telling, he's got many years of doing this, and his self survival techniques. He's able to. He's very proficient at starting fires by hand, actually spinning the. I forget what the piece of wood is actually technically referred to, and creating friction fires. And he does that. He actually gathers wood in his neighboring forest, and while he's only in his loincloth, he's collecting this and walking, in the snow and ice. He's gathering all the material that he needs, and he actually is able to start a fire. And then he keeps that fire going throughout the night and brings rocks into the fire and uses those hot rocks up against his body in various places to help him survive through the night. And he does it. Doesn't look comfortable, but he's pretty obviously proficient at what he does, and just shows that it is doable. What do you do it for, or why do you do it? Is it more of curiosity to see if you can get your body to respond in a way that you never knew it could do before, or are you using it is practically and applying it in something you do, or a like what, camping, or what, or why? When you think about it, even Wim Hof, why does he choose to do that? What application does he use it for? And what advantage does he have by being able to do this? And my conclusion is, it's more of like a curiosity to see, how what your body can do that is not, you know, normal, what your body can put up with. But as far as like practically applying it, I don't really see any like benefit. I guess maybe if you were put in uh, a survival situation, you might be able to apply something like that to help you get through. But bottom line is, you need to survive, and no matter how much control you can have over your body, it might be able to buy you some time. But the bottom line is, you need to get yourself out of the environment, or it's going to kill you. You know, we don't have the ability to resurrect from the dead, or you know, live forever. We're definitely living in a fallen world, and eventually that's going to overtake us, no matter how much control of your body you have. What's his name in the dual? Is it dual survival? With that Army Special Forces guy. He's the one player in the program, and the other is the desert survivalist. It lives in Arizona. Cody, and what's the other guy's name? Dual survivors. And one guy relies on, the high speed techniques and equipment, when the other guy relies. He's a minimalist. He lives in a desert environment. He does pretty good with dealing with cold environments in his bare feet, or very minimal covering, to his feet. Remember, they dropped him off on some glacier somewhere and made them get themselves down off the side of a glacier, and he was wearing nothing but a layer of wool sock over his wool sock and duct tape or something. His partner's always calling him nuts and crazy, and Cody's like, he has no idea how I am able to um, control my processes in my body where I'm able to withstand this type of stuff. Well, hello, hello. Is anybody out there? Uh, yep, yep. Amen. Were you, maybe you told me before, Daniel, were you raised in a Christian home, or or no? And how did you get, what's your testimony as far as getting to know the truth? Well, I wonder whatever happened to Joshua up in Wisconsin, or is it Michigan? The Army Special Forces um, regular that found me very early on in this live stream endeavor here. Kitty, let's go. Come on in, guys. Come in. The it's becoming a little vacant in here. Don't be shy. Come on in and let's start a conversation. 5 people. Come in. Come in. Don't swipe. Just stop. Come on in. There you go. Mr., Mrs. Link. I always want to say Point Break. Remember the movie Point Break? And then Link, the Link part of your name reminds me of my elder friend Lincoln. Break the Link. No, it's a movie, Point Break, with what's his name that played in what was that, Ghost? Remember the movie Ghost with what's her name and what's his name? Well, Point Break, the male actor stars in that. Remember, it's about bank robbers, and they're all surfers, and they all go into the banks with masks, those rubber masks over their head. Point Break. What's his? What's the girl's name? Uh, yeah. Um, Gary Busey, Keanu Reeves, Patrick Swayze is who I was thinking of. Patrick Swayze and uh, who played in the movie Ghost. The really pretty Demi Moore. Yeah. You never saw Ghosts? 1990 film with Patrick Swayze and Demi Moore and Whoopi Goldberg? I'm sure you have. You know the song. Very, I mean, popular theme song that went along with that. Um, a supernatural romance film. Anyways, Patrick Swayze starred in both Point Break and Ghosts. It was the highest grossing film of the year in 1990. Who else? Who else is out there? Kitty, are you still awake? Nope. Looks like she's gone. And Dan is still here. Connor, where'd you go, Connor? You had to leave? Yep, Connor's gone. Joe! What happened to uplifting Joe? Nope. Joe's gone. I know you're still here. Point Link. And it looks like that's it. There's just three of us, right? Me, you, and what did I say? Daniel? Yeah, no, they look at the soundtrack for Ghosts. You've heard that song. I mean, everybody's heard the song for Ghosts. When you hear it, you'll go, "Oh, I didn't know that was the movie." It's a love song. You can't forget it. It's Unchained Melody. They used the Unchained Melody was the popular song. Sorry, in the movie Ghosts. I know you've heard Unchained Melody. Yeah, remember that? Of course you do. Right there. Watch that one. And I. That's when Patrick Swayze ends up dying, but his ghost comes back, and he appears to Demi Moore. She can feel him and feel his touch, but she can't see him and she can't hear him. But he can move objects, and he's there to protect her from some bad guys that are out to hurt her. But she can sense his presence, and that song plays in a very emotional part of the movie where tears are rolling down her face, because even though he's dead, she knows he's still there, because she can feel him. She can actually watch the objects moving, and he's actually narrating in the movie, but she can't hear him. But you can hear him as as somebody watching the movie. And he'll say things like, "No, no, no, move, move." And he'll push something out of the way, or he'll push something in front of her to keep her from, getting hurt. Oh, and Whoopi Goldberg is the what do you call it? She can, what do they call it? She does seances. She's a mystic, and she can actually feel Patrick Swayze's presence also. Yeah, it's quite the oh, if you haven't seen that, you're gonna get your tissues ready because it's a heartbreaker. Really, really well done. Entertaining, suspenseful, and emotional. It's a love story. Yep, yep. And the expression ditto, are you familiar with that? Ditto? That means like It's well, you mean the movie or the soundtrack? Oh, there's many just type Unchained Melody. Um oh, the movie Ghost. Just Ghost. Ghost. With Patrick Swayze and Demi Moore and Whoopi Goldberg. You're welcome. Oh, I'm sorry. What are you referring to, Daniel? You kind of pop back in with in around an area where people are. Anybody else out there? Come on on, people. Monday night. What is happening on a Monday night? That people are not perusing the internet. Or at least not my channel, right? Oh wow, here it is. On demand. Charlie, no. Actually, I'm doing a live stream. Thanks for stopping in. Miss Carly, I take it? Oh my gosh, it's available for free with commercials. But there it is. Um, okay, how do I pause this? Pause. Oh, there it is. Never mind. Yeah, appreciate it. Don't forget the thumbs up, Carly. Did my channel just pop up um, during your search or as you were scrolling by, or were you looking for any particular subject when it popped up? Or did you put in any keywords or? Oh, here's a link where you can watch it. Go to Pluto. That's the movie Ghost. We were talking about the movie Ghost. I don't know if that's clickable or not, but on the website Pluto, it's available with commercials for free. So go to Pluto and you can watch the movie Ghost. It's 2 hours and 6 minutes long. Didn't know that. Imagine that. Yep. Oh, just random. Let me guess. You've had some exposure to the Word of God, the military, or emergency medicine in some way or another recently or in your past or interests. That's usually what the common denominator that brings my channel in front of other people's eyes. How about you, Carly? What's your background? Where do you come from? What do you do for a living? Are you in school? Yep, that's why I go the vertical format, is because it appears in the shorts feeds, and that's the going trend these days is shorts, so it appears in front of more people's eyes. I'll be dang. Well, guess what? I'm from Southern California, and now living in New Jersey. Woohoo! Right? San Diego boy myself. And you? And what part of Colorado? Don't tell me. Colorado Springs or Denver. I'm naming the bigger cities. Ah, there you go. That's it. I'm telling you. That's the tags that I use is Word of God, military, and emergency medicine. IBC, LBC. Wait, Lighthouse Baptist Church. Come on. Is that what LBC stands for? Seriously. Oh my gosh, it's going to be a small world here. Now that's part of California that you're. No, Long Beach. Ah, okay. Isn't that funny? The church that was my home church in San Diego was Lighthouse Baptist Church, LBC. So when you typed that, I went, no way. Come on. Long Beach. Of course. My cousins, my aunt and uncle lived up in Long Beach off of I'll tell you, where did they go to high school? They went to um, right there off of Mayflower. I know Mayflower is a long road. It's Mayflower, right? Isn't that the they lived up in, oh my gosh, I used to go up there as a family when we were kids. My mom and dad would drive up from San Diego to Long Beach to go visit my cousins and they went to high school there. It's the area is the name of their high school. Liquid, thank you. Oh my gosh, girl. Are you a girl? But wait, is there a suburb of Lakewood? Bellflower, thank you, not Mayflower. Duh. Bellflower, come on. Uh um isn't there a suburb of Lakewood? Because that's the name of their high school. The same as the area they lived in. X. What's a twin? I have no idea what that means. Sorry, X. But thanks for coming in. Don't forget the like. You too, Carly, if you would. Los Alamitos, no. Gosh darn it. They were both all college level football players. My three cousins, three boys, and the one, Danny, he actually was being looked at by Ohio State, or I forget, but he blew his knee out, ended his career, so he never did progress. But on your glazing, okay, educate me. What's my glazing? Your hypocrisy is outstanding, Bruley. All right. Now we're talking. And what is appreciate the welcome, though no cap? Okay. You lost me here. You're speaking another language. Ah, there's Daniel. Awesome. And so what's that about? Appreciate the welcome, though no cap. So I gotta decipher the no punctuation in sentences, and maybe I'll figure it out. Yeah. Yeah, we won't. I want to elaborate. Yeah, my youngin don't speak that way, so it must be a cultural thing from your neck of the woods. Yeah, my son is your age, and he doesn't speak anything like you. He speaks clear, punctuated English. Thank you very much. Hey, don't forget the thumbs up, X, if you would. At the least I can ask of you. Beyond the Veil. Good question, Vale. You can scroll up and see X's comments, and if you can figure that out, you're one up on me. What's going on, Vale? We were just introducing or welcoming some newcomers, and then it kind of went off on a tangent. I have no idea some of the expressions that X from the M18 is talking about. Oh yeah, good old Signal Hill. I'm scrolling back, Carly, on your comments here. Maybe it was Lakewood, Carly. Maybe it was Lakewood High School. Yeah. Seems like I was stuck on something else, but. Oh, you too. Gosh, remember? Somebody else fell on the ice and ended up busting themselves. No, I was referring to your comment, just how youngins speak. And I was like, well, my youngin don't speak that way. No, that's, you feel me. Yeah, watch the F-bombs there. Actually, I'm surprised that actually made it through. I've got that word in my block list. Let's see here. Maybe I need to put the ing. I guess it's got to be real specific. I thought it would. I thought it would do it. Oh wait. I think I can do it here. Let's see. Community moderation. I believe that's where it is. Yeah, here it is. I can add that one. I've got the FUCK in there, but I guess you got to be more specific. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see. There we go. I added the ing. What's new, Vale? Don't forget the like, bro. (10:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Eastern Standard Time. On the East Coast, New Jersey. So what brought you to Colorado, Carly? Gotcha. Yeah, amazing how life events will take us wide and far. Kind of the same with me, Carly. I ended up starting in San Diego, like I said, born and raised. And then I got remarried back in 2002, and that sequence of events brought me to the East Coast. Yep. Brought me to the Philippines, brought me to the East Coast, to and fro all over the United States, or all across the United States. 9 people. Come in, people. Join the conversation. Nice. Who are you talking to as far as advice goes there, X? From Carly or? Yeah, you just took the words right out of my mouth. X is 19. Yeah. I was just saying he's the same age as my son. Six people, at least they're watching, or it's, my channel is popping up in front of their eyeballs. Come one, come all. You're old, dude. Remember all the 30-year-olds that were in here beyond the veil? You and the guy from JR from New Zealand, and Sweeney. Oh, actually, she's 39. There's like a handful of you guys, all in the same age range. Oh, Zach, and there's more. Love. What's up, bro? Welcome back. Yeah, Daniel's the old man. I have been up to about 5 feet 10 inches. Yeah, for the last I'm going to say since I was a senior in high school. Since 1980, so it's 45 years. Yeah, 40. Wow, 45 years this year. Yeah, his love language, as his name says, is the 45. The 45 pistol is his love language. Right? Yeah, as you get more fluent, I recommend a 45. The 9mm Beretta. Right? I'm going to start with that one. You know, I remember, I mean, this is not bragging, just something to talk about. When I was in Iraq, I had some multiple opportunities to go to the range, you know, and shoot whatever it was. Whether it was the Marines wanting to shoot, or us Navy guys wanting to shoot, or the Iraqi National Guard out at their range, whatever. Wherever there were people, they required a corpsman or a medic, you know, to be present. And that's the way it is pretty much anywhere. And so during that time, we were shooting our 9mm, and we put up some aluminum cans up in the distance. And it's like, you know, the basic principles of shooting, you know, to sight and to align And the trigger pull is pretty basic. It's it's not something anybody can't learn. And if you get everything right, if you have everything right, in your sights, and you squeeze the trigger, it will hit whatever it is you're pointing at. So, I guess the Navy taught me well. It's pretty basic. It's just being able to do that consistently. And so when they put up the cans, I just went through my motions with the left-handed shooter I am, and I was hitting every target, every can that was up there, and everyone's like, "Whoa, my God, you're hitting them!" And I thought, yeah, can't you? I mean, what else should I be hitting? If my sight alignment is correct, it's a no-brainer, at least to me. And so I just remember that in Iraq, and they're like, "Oh my gosh, you're hitting them, Doc!" And I was like, "Well, yeah, that's what you're supposed to do." So yeah, it was just a memory. Now that's a good way of putting. Never heard. What is three of one? Oh, you're talking about the Father, Son, Holy Spirit? TED Talk. Hey, TED Talk can be interesting sometimes. Hey, coming from the other side of the world, a guy from New Zealand, I'd be all ears. It's not every day that we get to get advice from people from other countries. It's quite the conversation when you can sit in front of somebody from a part of the world that we hardly know anything about, and to hear their stories and their experiences. Something I got to do in Iraq when I was there. Guy from Yugoslavia, Albania, and 2 Iraqi interpreters. We just sat there and talked as much as we could between 8:30 and midnight over coffee and snacks, and just to hear their story, life stories, and so on and so forth. Or I'd say get a dachshund. What? I grew up with dogs, Carly. Not anymore. When I became a daddy and a homeowner, I don't know why. I never had the house for one. I kept saying I need the space. I need the yard. Well, now I have one. This is a perfect property for a dog, and yet I never got one. And I kind of feel bad for my son. He would have loved it. So, hoorah, X. Well, praise God for that. I was just asking for a like. The least I can request. Oh, I know the drill, Carly. Pets aren't easy, and they come with, you know, they come with death and dying as well. Not to say that's not, but it's all part of it. No, not at all. Actually, I haven't hardly even spoke about it tonight. Every now and then, not at all. Actually, the most resistance I get are from Muslims, and they'll come in and they want to challenge me, and they want to have a as what do they call it? A a something I forget what I'm thinking of. Who are you talking to, Carly? Me? Nah, not so much a debate. They call it a I forget, but yes, in so many words, they want to debate. You know. Oh, you're talking to me. $50 every. Who'd you hear that from? I'm not even monetized yet, and I've got some ways of donating if you want to give me $50 an hour. In my channel description, you'll see what Buy Me a Coffee, PayPal, and Patreon. But I'm this close to being monetized, so probably next month I'll be monetized. Let's see, it's the middle of February. Yeah, maybe in March. I know. Let's all hit up Carly. She brought it up. Well, what did your comment uh, include or contain there, X? And it may not be censoring your comment. If you're commenting too quickly, it'll recognize it as spam, quote unquote, and it'll block it or delay it, or not delay it, but it'll block it or shadow it or whatever. It doesn't. It depends. It depends on who wants to donate to you, and if you're actually producing content. Whoop! Let me replace the battery. If you're actually producing content, that is like a program that people can come to and they sit and watch it. Sorry, don't know if you're hearing me or not. Don't know if you're hearing me or not. I was saying, depends on the content that you put out. If you've got a channel that puts out, a program that people actually come to and watch, like a television program, like the people I subscribe to, the channels I subscribe to, I watch them regularly because they're like a television program, and I watch their content. If you've got a following, you know, tens of thousands of subscribers on a channel that you put out regularly, then who knows how much you can make. But for people like myself, once I get monetized, I'm probably not going to be making money off of my content per se. I'll be making money, but I won't be able to make any, a paycheck with the content that I'm producing. But my live streams is where you can potentially make more money than your content if your content hasn't taken off yet. And it's just through people that are willing to donate, through the goodness of their heart. And you can bring home a gas money. That's what my goal was just to make a gas money paycheck, per month. And that would be cool, just a little couple $100 to put in my checking account, every month. Why not? And at the same time, I get to occupy my time doing something, 4 hours of my 3 times a week. So, subscriber. I didn't take it as a gangster talk when he first came in. It was a cultural, from the part of town that he's from talk. That's the way I. Welcome back, love language. Cody James. Cody James. Wait, jeans? I don't even know what Cody James is. Jeans? Or is that just a brand? Yeah, the hood talk. Um, yeah, he was saying, "Oh, don't worry about me. It's just the way young people talk these days." And I said, "Well, I got a 19-year-old, and he don't talk like that." Yeah, clothing brand. Oh, okay. Oh, boots. You know what? That was my next comment. I should have said it. I said, "Is Cody James jeans or boots?" No, I don't. No. Here, Carly lives in Colorado. Maybe she knows Cody James. I say that because I did some continuing education years ago in where the army base is. There in starts with a C, I think. Um, where the Garden of the Gods is, Carly. Where is that again? Anyways, I did some there at Fort Carson. Um, oh, it's a brand name clothing line and boots. No, not in Colorado Springs. Fort Carson. And when I was there, speaking of 19, isn't that something? A 19-year-old young paramedic, certified or licensed paramedic, was in that same class that I had to take. And Carson, correct, Fort Carson, without the L. So my flight didn't leave until the next day or the next morning. So I needed to either get a hotel or, or if somebody could give me a place to stay. So I actually reached out, put my feelers out during that class that I had to take. And this 19-year-old happened to take me on board. He's like, "Hey, we got a trailer on our property. I think, my mom wouldn't mind letting you stay in." So I ended up staying in a trailer they had out in their driveway. And at the same time, it was a Friday night. After we got out of class, he said, "Well, hey, since you're here, we're all going out to a Western bar." And it wasn't just a bar. You may know what I'm speaking of. It was like a warehouse that had like 4 stages in it with all these Western bands and dancing and dance floors. And so I ended up learning how to two-step. I went out with his mother and grandma, and we're out on the floor. They're teaching me how to two-step, and oh my gosh, it was a blast. It was just a really nice ending to my visit at Fort Carson. And actually, isn't Fort Carson near Denver? Because it seems like we drove into Denver, where we ended up going to this club, I'm going to call it. No, he wasn't. It was just like local bands. I'm sure all the locals knew who they were, but I didn't. And I'm not a country, song follower myself. Not say that, I was a musician growing up. So, but country music, wasn't I was a classic rock kind of guy, and but not country. But even then, I had a blast. And then after that evening, we woke up at dark 4:30 in the morning, and my flight was like at 6:37 in the morning, and they ended up seeing me off at the airport, and I flew back to San Diego. So it was quite a memory, my last memory. No, I have no idea who Mia Khalifa is. Are you familiar with what I'm talking about, Carly? It was like a warehouse, like a huge. They had 4 stages and dance floors in this place, and all the bars set up throughout. What was it called? Look up Denver. In Denver, I'm sure it was in Denver. You know what? I wonder if it's got a. Does it have a big billboard with a rose or something? Oh my gosh, you're bringing back. Maybe my mind is just creating things, but isn't that something? Wow, I'm like, I've got a lap. I've got I'm on a desktop right here with 2 screens. Um, is it Grizzly Rose? I wonder if it was Grizzlies. Let's see. Is it in Denver or is there one in Denver? Grizzly Rose. It's a concert hall. Oh my gosh, look at that. That thing's huge. It's a big old indoor. No, you know what? This has got a low ceiling in this picture. Hold on a second. It was more like a warehouse. Like a giant what are those shopping uh those warehouse shopping places. It might be Dance Emporium. There it is, Grizzly Rose. I wonder if it was. Oh my gosh. But I remember it being like a big vaulted, high ceiling, almost like you could do 3 stories, it was really. But either way, whatever it was my first experience. Oh, that was Beyond the Veil's 30. Yeah. Okay. I'm thinking somebody else is 44. Was that Daniel? That's Daniel, right? Carly, it depends. You mean show up here on the live stream or at Grizzly Rose? What do we? Yeah, 46. Yeah. It doesn't matter how old we are, huh, Carly? Online, everybody's a keyboard professional. Respect goes out the door on live stream. On chat, in chat. Oh, in live streaming? Carly, it depends. I've had 14,000 viewers at one, not participating, but viewers, on one Monday night. And then I had 136 this last Monday. It's like, what? But normally I get, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 to 6,000, at least views, passing by people's eyes. The more, the better. But mostly no more than, 20 would be a full house if 20 people showed up. Yeah. Yeah, 19. I know. I've got a 19-year-old upstairs. He's. It is. Yeah, it's slow, relatively speaking. A lot of the people that normally come in here, I really haven't seen, except for Daniel Beyond the Veil. And there's one more, Point Blank, I think, is in the background. He is, yeah, second year of college. He's pursuing a medical career. Um, right now, it's a physician assistant or a PA. It's kind of through the prompting of his dad, and his mom's a nurse as well. I'm a retired or former paramedic and Navy corpsman. Navy corpsman. I'll be dang. See there? Labor and delivery. Well, here, you see, I always say it's usually something somebody says in the room that prompts me to talk about. I've got some L&D stories. I've got some L&D videos, actually, some shorts that I've got in my channel. Just experiences that I experienced as a paramedic, you know, as one of these guys running around town in an ambulance. Yep. Yeah, I got some great memories. Labor and delivery. Here's one, just kind of off the top of my head. I was doing my paramedic training at school, and I was doing my didactic, you know, in the classroom, and having to do what we called ride-alongs in certain departments of the hospital, including telemetry, labor and delivery, emergency room, respiratory, surgery, yada, yada, yada. Just various departments in the hospital. We had to, you know, we literally brought our paperwork, and we had check boxes that we had to, you know, sign off. And through my labor and delivery experience, I'm in the locker room getting changed into the scrubs and, you know, the booties you put over your shoes and your scrub cap and all that. And the reason I was there was to deliver. You know, I was there to deliver babies. And I had to have, you know, certain hands-on skills, hands-on in certain skills. So I'm in the locker room changing, and this doc comes in, and I look, and I was like, whoa, what are you doing here? He goes, what are you doing here? I said, I'm here to deliver babies. He goes, me too. I said, he was just happened to be the doctor that delivered my son. And I was like, I don't know what year it was, you know, how old my son was, but it was the same doc that delivered my son. And he remembered me, I remembered him, and he's like, no kidding. And I told him, yeah, I'm in my paramedic training. He's like, well, let's go deliver babies. So we both went out together. Oh my gosh, why would you say that? That's not something to say, bro. Come on. I'm going to say you're revealing your age by saying that. And I don't know how old you are, but no. That's the last thing you want to do to, yes. Come on. Why would you say that? Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's pretty. It's not only not comedic, but it's so untrue. I mean, that's ridiculous. Yeah. So, anyways, back to my story before I was rudely interrupted. Um, yeah, I had some of my memorable experiences during my training in labor and delivery. Um, yeah, there you go. Right? Is that how you do it? I had a like a 23, I'm gonna guess, probably in her early 20 year old Filipino lady, married to this big white guy, kind of similar to my situation, although I'm not a big white guy, but I'm married to a Filipina, and she just happened to be from the Philippines. First pregnancy, first child, and I just remember her husband being a big white guy, kind of heavy set, and there she was. Delivering her first baby, and she delivered a huge baby. It was like near 9 pounds, healthy. Delivery went fine until the placenta usually follows before, I mean after. And so we're waiting there to finish the delivery. After she delivers the placenta, then she gets cleaned up and gets her own room, and the baby's brought, and the whole family gathers and they start that routine. Well, she hadn't delivered the placenta yet, and there's basic things that you do to help stimulate the placenta to deliver, and the key is for it to deliver all in one piece, without any residual left behind up in the uterus, because if any part of the placenta, even a small quarter-sized piece or nickel-sized piece of placenta remains inside the uterus continues to feed that area as if it's, still there, which it is. And it supplies it with blood, so the uterus continues to bleed. So whenever the placenta is delivered, you always look at the back of the placenta, the side that's attached to the uterus, and you can tell, if it's a smooth release, a complete release. And if there's some divots or pieces missing, that's a concern, because the uterus continues to bleed, and it's called postpartum hemorrhage. And so when she delivered the placenta, actually it wasn't delivering on its own. So there's manual massage and, stimulation you can do to help the placenta deliver. And then if that doesn't work, they have to manually go in with a spatula, literally, and help the placenta, detach. And that's not a good, I mean, it's always accompanied by, bleeding. And that's a concern. So they had to manually go in there and detach the placenta. Well, she didn't just bleed afterwards, which was expected, but she continued to bleed. And it wasn't just bleeding, in small amounts. This was just too much for comfort. And, and to watch, speaking of, some doctors do it just for the view. It's like, yeah, watch a vagina bleed for profusely bleed, for minutes. And then, look at the beautiful view that you so call it, and watch this person exsanguinate, right in front of your eyes. A 23-year-old, first time pregnant, first time delivery human being, start to bleed to death. And, you're like, okay, I was literally like, so what do we do now, doc? And he's like, well, here's what we do. They start her on medications to help constrict the uterus. It's called oxytocin, and other measures. You end up plugging in more IVs into her. She ended up having 4 IVs, I think 1 in each side of her neck, 2 in the antecubital, which is the inside of your elbow, and having 4,000 cc's of fluid dripping into her. And then they're calling for blood products because she's bleeding so much. And then you watch her face go from this pink presentation like mine is right now to more the color of my hand here, my hand in the light. It starts to turn white, and then it starts to turn ashen, and you watch her lips turn ashen blue, and the tip of her nose and under her eyes and the tip of her ears. You watch a dramatic color change in her whole body. And now she's laying down flat because you got to distribute the blood. That's at least hypothetically the whole process of putting them in that. And you elevate their feet. You're trying to get their blood pressure to maintain. And we literally watch this girl bleed out. And then it's like, what else do we do? And the doc's like, well, if this doesn't stop, here's what we have to do. We literally need to pack her vagina. We pack it with bandage material. And literally taking a roll of Kerlix, and Charlie knows what Kerlix is. It's a roll of banding material. You literally take that with forceps and just feed a whole roll of Kerlix inside of her. And not just one roll, then a second roll. I think we ended up packing like 3 rolls of Kerlix up in her to try to put pressure, just like any other wound. You put pressure on a bleeding wound. Well, this is inside. So we ended up packing her vagina like with 3 rolls of Kerlix. And thank God it actually subsided and she got her bleeding under control. And they ended up putting her on God knows how many units of blood. I think it was 4 or 5. And she ended up surviving. But to just watch a first-time pregnancy, first baby, 23-year-old young lady, begin to bleed to death right in front of my eyes and the docs, they're in the L&D, labor and delivery, was wow. Speaking of wow, it's all we did was deliver a baby. So it was, those type of memories, they make great campfire stories, but it's definitely not, a view that, you're looking forward to seeing between some woman's legs. Like, I beg your pardon. And then after she recovers, I come to find out they're in the room, their private room, and she's all taken care of and pretty much recovered. I think it was the next day when I came in to finish my labor and delivery. I ended up going into the room to visit her, and there her husband was, big old tall white guy. He's all ear to ear grin on his smile and holding his new child and saying what a trooper his wife was for getting through a difficult time. And I thought, oh my gosh, if you only knew what your wife just went through. He didn't have a clue, really. I mean, didn't get to see what I saw. And, I was like, wow. It was amazing. Yeah, anyways, so forgive me if I missed a lot of your comments, but I was, as you could tell, I was on a roll. So that's kind of to give you an idea, Carly, that's how my channel usually unfolds. Is I'll talk about medicine, the military, and the Word of God. And they all seem to go hand in hand. And one will lead to another, which will lead to another, and so on and so forth. You feel me? See you, X. Thank you, bro, for the support and the comments and staying in. Awesome. Like, what did you say? Like taking a big poop. What? What? Well, I don't have kids. All these things they don't tell you until it's too late, like taking a big poop. Hey, speaking of taking a big poop, I got another story. No, it reminds me of what I told a lady to do to slow her heart rate down. And believe it or not, bearing down is called a vagal maneuver. Like when you take a bowel movement, it's a vagal maneuver. That's why you hear about, or if you're in the medical field, you'll hear about people on the toilet passing out, especially elderly people, because your whole body is getting older and it doesn't respond like it used to. Your regulatory, your your thermoregulatory system, the ability to stay warm and stay cool, it starts to deteriorate. And so that's why you see a lot of elderly people, they feel cold and they always they seek to retire down in Florida or Arizona or Texas, because it's warmer down there as I'm rubbing my hands. But so anyhow, when they're on the toilet, and they're having a bowel movement, they'll actually they're vagaling themselves. We call it. It's called a vagal maneuver. It's bearing down, and that decreases your heart rate and your blood pressure, and or both, and it makes them pass out. The blood leaves their head, and they end up getting lightheaded, and they actually fall off the toilet, and they lacerate their head or their face on the counter corner. Been there, ran on, I don't know how many of those. Or they're in the kitchen and they pass out, or they're in their bedroom and they trip and fall. Well, that's different mechanism. But anyways, it's called a vagal maneuver. And so one of the maneuvers you can tell people to do to slow their heart rate down, and I haven't gone into detail about why their heart rate is out of control fast, but is to bear down. And I told a woman, I said, do you know what a Kegel maneuver is? Not a vagal maneuver, a Kegel maneuver. And those that are familiar with childbirth or have been through childbirth classes know what a Kegel maneuver is. And you're literally bearing down to try to pass, to have a child. You're putting pressure down on your perineum. That's the floor of your pelvic area, And so I told the lady, and she said, yes, I do. And I said, well, then pretend like you're in your childbirth class and you're doing a Kegel maneuver. And she's like, I know how to do that. I said, you ready? I said, hold on. I pushed record on the monitor so that I could get a reading, a paper reading of it as her heart rate's packing away at 190 beats per minute. And so she went ahead and just started pushing down like that, and like she was bearing down super hard. And I watched that heart rate go from 190 to like down to 70, and it started going lower than 60. And I was like, oh, wait, stop. I was like, that's enough. It's enough. And I was like recording the whole thing as she was doing it. And she's like, after she's done, I said, oh my gosh, that's the first time I've seen that work. We call it supraventricular tachycardia, SVT. And so I was like so excited as I am right now, just watching her do this. So speaking of taking a poop, just thought I'd share that story. And when I got to the emergency room, I got to show them. I was like, check it out, doc. I was showing the doc. I said, she was this before, and now watch. All of a sudden it goes, whoa, big pause, and the heart rate comes back, and it starts beating at a somewhat normal rate. And I was like, unbelievable. The first time I've seen that happen without any drugs or pharmacology, getting involved. That's the next step. If that doesn't work, then you go with adenosine, which is a drug specifically for that condition. Kurt Need, oh my gosh, you found your way in. How long can you stay? I saw you were live streaming before I came in. You were doing your what is that called? Your foil ASMR foil punching. I thought you were heading out, X. Maybe I misunderstood the comment up above. But hoorah! Stay as long as you can. Yeah, screencast. Thank you. That's what I keep calling it Streamcast, but that's the platform, or that's the live stream platform, or the live stream website or app. But screencast. Right, right, right. Love language, you're back. What in the world? We locked in. Fam. What is fam? I need help beyond the veil. Ain't no switching up. What's ain't we locked in fam? Family. I figured family, but it doesn't make sense. We locked in family. Ain't no switching up. Oh, in other words, okay. We're a family. I ain't leaving. I ain't changing anything. Well, I figured family, so I tried putting it in context of that, and I still couldn't figure it out. But I think I got it. I'm getting there. I don't want to get there, to tell you the truth. I'd rather speak English. You know, here's another opportunity to share. When I first got here, speaking of speaking clearly and language that we all can understand, Ebonics was shot down very quickly in California when that was brought to the table. So that's how I feel about language such as X is speaking. These old guys don't understand anything. Hey, you know what? The state of California didn't want to understand anything either, and they shot that down real quick. Back in where was it? The 80s? Ebonics? Yeah, Ebonics was pushed through trying to be pushed through the legislature as becoming an actual alternative language. Yeah, these old guys don't understand anything. I understand. But anyways, on that note, I get here to New Jersey, and I'm from San Diego, California. As a matter of fact, was it the 90s? Did you Google that real quick? I figured it was somewhere in there. I had just got back from Iraq. Matter of fact, it's this hat. And in 2005, I got back in April. So I arrived here. I had a job waiting for me here at the hospital here in Atlantic County. And home skillet, you feel me? Now, you know what? That's a little bit more my era. Home skillet. Now, that came from kind of back in the 80s, 90s. Come on, high five, Beyond. So anyways, don't let me lose my train of thought. So I get back from Iraq. I got a job waiting for me. I actually secured the job while over in the Al Anbar province next to the Euphrates River on a laptop. And I'm going through my probationary period. I had to do like 3 weeks of probation, new hire routine. As a third person in an ambulance with another, ambulance crew. And here I am, a veteran paramedic, and I still have to jump through the hoops of being a newbie. And so I'm doing that, and I'm delivering one of my first patients at the emergency room. And once we, deliver them to the bed and take a gurney out and make the gurney and clean the ambulance and get it all ready for the next call, we go back in, we get if I'm the one doing the paperwork, if it's my call, I got to do the paperwork now. I got to do all the documentation. And so you go to the emergency room admissions area inside, and you go to the secretaries and you tell them, hey, can I get a face sheet for so-and-so, whatever the patient's name was? And they're like, oh, yeah, sure. We're making it up right now. And they're finishing their input, and then they hit print, and it prints out, and they give me a copy. So as I'm waiting, of course, I don't know anybody in there, and they don't know me. They've never seen me before. And, I'm in my paramedic uniform, and they're saying, "Hey, you're new here, aren't you?" And I said, "Yeah, as a matter of fact, I am. Just started." And they said, and the one lady turned around and says, "You're not from around here, are you?" After hearing me talk. And I said, "No, as a matter of fact, I'm not." And she says, "Where are you from?" I said, "San Diego, California." She goes, "I thought so." And I said, "Why do you say that?" She says, "Because you speak clearly." And I went, "Huh?" Like, isn't that the way everybody's supposed to talk? Speaking of, as I'm pointing to the chat room. And she says, "Yeah, but, you know, you can tell you're from somewhere else." And that was the first time somebody ever said that, because you speak clearly. And I thought, I've been speaking clearly all my life, I guess. Uh, and then I get introduced to the Facebook. I call it the Facebook talk. OMG. It's like no punctuation, no, no sentence structure. It's all jarbled and run together, and you got to figure out what the person's saying. And then you run into miscommunications, especially in chat via text. Here, this just keeps going. And you end up in a conflict with somebody because of the way you interpreted what they said. And you're like, wait a minute, what did I say wrong? And then come to find out you totally misunderstood what they were trying to say. And on that note, I dated a deaf girl back in the late 90s. When I was going through a divorce, my first marriage, and before I got remarried, I was, out looking. And I ended up meeting a girl online, and she was deaf, completely deaf. But I didn't know this initially until actually the chat room that I was in was a deaf chat. And come to find out that chat, as we do today, was being done before it even became a thing on the internet through the deaf community. Yes, matter of fact, she had pressure speech. She could speak, but not like, it's more like more like a pushing air out her vocal cords and lipping more than anything. If you've ever heard somebody that can speak that is deaf, pressured speech is what it's called. So, anyhow, she's chatting to me. We're chatting, having a conversation back and forth, just like you guys are doing right now. But then I learned she was deaf, and that they have their own etiquette, chat etiquette. And there is a chat etiquette, in the deaf community, so that they can understand each other and avoid miscommunication. And I learned that through dating this girl. And I actually got to speak with her on a TTY machine. There's more advanced technology. I forget what they call it today, but now there's video chat and, and messenger and all kinds of ways of communicating via chat. But then it was, an actual handheld phone with a dial-up, and you put the phone into a receiver, and what that does is connects with a operator, an actual person that it enables the chat that the deaf person is typing on a keyboard to show up on the screen, the monitor of the operator, the phone operator. And she's reading what the deaf person is typing. She becomes the operator, becomes the voice for what the deaf person is typing. So if you're a hearing person on the other end, i.e. me, I am actually listening to the operator say what the deaf person is chatting via text. So anyways, I learned a different aspect of communication then, and I learned that there's a chat etiquette. And there's, it's imperative to have a understanding conversation to kind of adhere to this etiquette. Otherwise, you run into problems such as we're running into today. You know, and there's the biggest thing that I learned that I use to this very day is to keep your conversations, your sentences, your responses, keep them short. Don't write books, and I and not to point out people, but don't write a book like Daniel did. And I'm just pointing out, I'm using yours as an example. You know, keep your responses short. And the reason for that is because you're having a two-way conversation with somebody. And if you're writing a book, I'm going to call it that. If you're writing a book, the receiver is wondering, what's happening? Am I still connected? Is the person still there? You see? But if you're using sentences, period, you know, with a capital letter and a period, and you're dividing that comment into maybe, let's say, 3 sentences, it's appearing more frequent and it keeps the conversation going. The receiver can see it, and then moments later another one pops up, and then a moments later another one pops up. So it's more like a conversation, and the receiver can read it and follow it. And it serves not only communication, but showing that to the receiver that the transmitter is still there. They're still connected. You see? And then they had an etiquette that when they're done, they put GA at the end. -GA. GA means go ahead. Now that I don't expect and I don't see in today's chat, but they had an etiquette that they followed. And it was very clear and easy to follow. And so after learning that and coming into text, you know, and actually starting to see text become, you know, a viral thing, and then Facebook and all the other social media platforms, you know, I watched that etiquette just get totally, you know, discombobulated. And being I guess the anal retentive guy I am, you know, at being a perfectionist, you know, when I saw that go downhill, I was like, it's just unacceptable to me. I don't care how old you are. And then to see, you know, handwriting not being taught in school, and it just deteriorated from there. Anyhow, I don't know if anybody was listening to me, but that was my next story. Thanks for the input, though, guys. I wouldn't have been able to share that if it wasn't for your comments. Oh, let me go back here. Yes, actually, we went to a monster truck event at what now is the, I don't know what the stadium's called. It was the San Diego Stadium back in my day. Jack Murphy Stadium, and now it's the Qualcomm Stadium. I don't know, maybe, is it still the Qualcomm Stadium there in Fashion Valley, San Diego? But there was a tailgate party that my sister's husband put together in the parking lot. And he had these giant speakers that he brought along that he mounted outside the truck, and he had a tremendous stereo system and was just blaring music, you know, for that part of the parking lot. And my girlfriend, my date, the deaf girl, she would stand in front of those speakers. I mean, like with her back 6 feet away from these speakers. And I was like, my ears were bleeding. I couldn't even stand it. And I would say, can you hear that? And she's like, no, I can feel it. And I was like, whoa. You know, because I could see her. She's like moving her body to the beat. You know, and I was like, can you hear that? I thought that's how close she needed to be to hear it. She goes, no, I can feel it. I was like, wow. The haters hate. Hey, here that kind of goes along. That goes along the. I might be misunderstanding again because I'm not following the chat. But uh, earlier on, X, you asked, for advice in business, and one of my suggestions would be to clean that up, clean that language up, and your business will, I think will be a little more successful. X is chatting with me in chat. Gotcha. I'm just, again, chat is sometimes prompts me to talk about something. And I thought about that in reading one of the comments. So. You feel me? Momshi! Musta, Mom. Welcome back. Thanks for coming. X, what part of, you're in the U.S.? What part of the world or the U.S. are you in? Magaling, Mom. What are you doing? Let's see. It's lunchtime in the Philippines. What's for lunch, Mom? What is lunch again in Tagalog, Mom? Something udto, para pa udto, what is it? I forgot. How do you say lunch? Breakfast, lunch, and dinner? I forgot. What? Pakskibidi? Oh, panihapon. I'm thinking of pani. Pani aga. Is it pani aga, pani uto, and pani? Oh, no, I mean panihapon. Maybe that's Bisaya. That's Cebuano. Oh, yeah, Paksibidi. Oh, I thought at first I read that as Mom's response, but I realized, oh, that's my love saying that. Yeah, lunch, dinner. And breakfast. Yeah, mani uto. Yeah, pani hapon is for dinner. Okay. And how about breakfast? Is that Tagalog or Bisaya? Almusal. Almusal? Oh, Mama How for breakfast. What? I have to any longer track of your music. It's dope. Oh, you're talking to X. Okay. Mama How for breakfast. Tagalog? That's Tagalog? How about almusal na? Ah, breakfast. What is money? I mean, um, 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 um. Kubran, hey, you haven't been in a while. Thanks for coming back, Kubran. Mama How is in what dialect? Is that Bisaya? Oh, Mama How is roast in Tagalog. What language is that? Yeah, what is Mama How? Mamshi? Cebuano? Ah, Cebuano. Okay, okay. Or Bisaya. Yeah, got it, got it, got it. So paniudto and panihapon is a lunch and dinner in Bisaya, did you say? Mani und utto and panihapon. Is that Bisaya? Kubran, what's new? What's up, bro? If I talk good. Oh no, I'm good with what I. Oh, in Bisaya. Okay, okay, okay. So, mani udto, panihapon, and I'm sorry, mamahao, mani udto, panihapon. That's Bisaya. What channel did I meet you on again, Kubaran? Was that Filipina? What's her live stream again? I did. I saw the oh, and nieces. Okay, 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 okay. On interrelation, it's been happening since Adam and Eve. So, or no, after the flood more than before. So that's natural. There's actually, you know what? Race has been abolished there, brah. Race has been abolished. There is no races. We're all one race. It's the human race. God enabled all the variations of humankind in the two original male and female, Adam and Eve. Everything, every skin color, eye color, shapes, sizes, and so on, all came from the diversity that was in the original male DNA and the female. What is that? What is that part of the DNA for the female that is passed on? Anyways, so that makes total sense. When you learn that from a genetic viewpoint, you realize, you know what? We all are the same. We didn't come from monkeys. God. I don't know how we were taught that in the first place. No, I'm saying it all started from Adam and Eve. It started, interracial marriages have been happening. I was saying more so after the flood. And I shouldn't even use the word because I don't like using that word. Race has been abolished. If you want to listen to a great video on that subject, all right, go see or go watch. I've got the video saved. It is Meet Your Ancestors, Adam and Eve. It's a Meet Your Ancestors, Adam and Eve. It's a webinar given by Dr. Robert Carter. Just try, Doc. We listen. We don't judge, bro. Hey, I hope you judge. Here, on that note, I make judgments every day. I judge how close I am to the car in front of me. I make judgments as to when to leave the stop sign and go across the road so I don't get hit. We judge every day. So don't judge, bro. What? Huh? Do you know what context where that expression, that cliche came from? Don't judge, bro. And what context that's referring to? Because I make judgments every day. Right? I hope you do too. God forbid you don't judge. It depends on the context, right? It's like I make judgments every day. Doc, got to switch it up and bring out that real talk. Oh, I'm very familiar with real talk. Yeah. I definitely wouldn't be where I'm at today if I didn't speak real talk. Can you imagine? Can you imagine me talking that way to my patients? You feel me? Huh? You want me to do what? Feel you? What? Yeah, that won't get you far in business. You might end up getting slapped when you say that. You feel me? Like, what? Wait a minute. Wait. I'm just trying to take your lung sounds with my stethoscope. Yeah, I always wondered about that. Hey, wait. Who said anything about black? What? What gave you that idea? Vale? What are you talking about? What are you trying to say? Yeah, I guess so. Maybe that's what he means, right? Language, love language. Maybe that's what he's trying to say. We just keep it 100. Get you, Val. Ain't nobody perfect. We just keep it 100. 100. 100. 100. HUNN. 100. 100. Can you imagine? You're in your first week of marriage and your wife says, "You feel me, honey?" And you're like, "Yeah, that's what I've been trying to do." It's like, no, that isn't what I meant. Well, that's what I meant. What? Brought up. You encourage making fun of someone for how they talk or brought up. Hey, I'm just keeping it real. You feel me? I'm trying to keep it as real as I can. You said, oh, come on. You meant to say ho. Come on. Don't lie. That's a cultural thing. Ho. Don't correct yourself. I understood you. I understood you the first time. Uh, oh my gosh, wait. Help. Oh, without X. Oh no, I think my labor and delivery stories and emergency medicine. Okay, yeah, that's what happens when you laugh too hard. You better go before you pee your pants. I was saying I think my emergency medical stories are much more interesting. Ten people, come in, people. Don't just don't just eyeball. Just come in and leave a comment. Hit my like button, and you can go on your way. But hang out and talk. That's what I say. And it went straight to Google snitching. It was. I wish I could zoom in on your face. Oh, you're a white guy. I just realized what I'm looking at. I can't zoom in on the desktop, but I can do it on my television upstairs on the Xbox, and that's what I usually. Did I just say that? On the desktop. Oh, I did say desktop, but on the Xbox upstairs, I can zoom in. Yeah, thanks to X. Well, I got to give him credit for that. Wait. We got to talk the right talk. I got to give him what? Props. Yeah, I got to give him props for that. I did. I was watching. I just happened upon it, and I was wondering if they got like they did of the crash of the military flight. Did you see that one by any chance? Did you see the webcam footage? I'm assuming it's an outside video cam of the military jet hitting the water. Holy moly! That thing went in like a rocket. But I was wondering if they had any outside cam footage of the flip when the plane flipped. Yeah, actually, I don't think anybody died in that accident. Didn't everybody survived and just 6 people to the hospital or something? Well, I got to say, X, you're a first. You're a first contributor of its kind in the live stream. The Diddy party? No, I have no idea. But who cares about Diddy? What? Oh. On the Diddy party, I thought Diddy was dead. Am I thinking of a different Diddy? I don't know if I want to do a research on the Diddy party. Has it any? Yeah, you feel me? Oh my gosh! Choking that coffee. You feel me? No, I was going to say if it has something to do with the truth, then I'm interested. But otherwise, nah, it's a distraction. Not to say I don't succumb to distractions, that's for sure. I live on the same world you guys do. You feel me? What is it? She dug a rap. My mama don't raise no dummy. What in the world? Well, I'm glad you guys are having a constructive conversation. Well, let's see here. Speaking of works, right? What is the expressions in today's society? Um, paying it forward, uh, do good unto others. Wait, what are some of the other? Uh, what is it? If more people would do that, the world would be a better place. You hear that? That's been going on since the Beatles days. Why can't we be friends? Or what was their song that he wrote? Probably McCartney wrote. Wait, who's talking to who now? I'm getting all kinds of comments to each other or to somebody. Women are ew. Thank God for women. Hmm. Talking what? Talking. Oh, those are comments. So it's um Demboy. Who's Demboy? Fishing. Femboy? I haven't seen his channel. Or is it a girl? Or is it a guy? Wait, is it a girl? Oh, guy. Wait. Is it she a girl or is it she a boy? Or is it she a girl? Oh, boy. Okay. Fishing video. Which one haven't you seen? Uh, um, um, um. I'm wondering what is the best one I have here. Fishing. How about? Oh, this was always a good one. I think I showed this one already. Hold on. Okay, ready? You guys ready for a video? Something to break the monotony here. Okay, here we go. Something big. Another monster. Maybe you've seen this one already. Something here. Something big. Something big. Something big. Okay, something big. Something big. Thanks again, X. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 to midnight. Okay. Another monster. Well, guys, I think I broke my 5-pound mark. Okay. What do you think of this, guys? Another 5-pounder? I think so. Might be a little more. All right. Look at that. Look at that guy. Huh? Wow. Thanks again, Kubran. Well, let's see. I didn't bring the board out, so I brought the scale. Let's see here. See ya, X. Again, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 to midnight. 5:13. All right. All right. Excuse me. All right. What else? I know. You're going to get me saying it too. Oh, here's another one. I think I've shown this one before as well, but it was another one of those moments that keeps me going back to that place. Check this out. I have a monster. Holy moly. This is too cool.
All right, guys, I got to interrupt right here. What you didn't see was I just spent the last 2.5, 3 minutes putting this hog on a measuring board and trying to get a photo so I could enter it in the tournament that I'm currently in, the online tournament. This pig was 20 3/4, if not 21 inches, and I was trying to pinch the tail, do everything I could to get it to read 21 inches, including keeping the mouth shut because they're really stringent on the photo having the mouth closed or you'll be penalized an inch. And I didn't want any compromise on this particular fish. So I sat there doing my best, trying to get the fish on the board. And in the video, because I didn't have a phone to take a photo, so I was trying to get it in the video so that I could get a screenshot later on and enter it on the app in the tournament. Well, my worst fears happened. As you can see, I'm trying to review the photo or the video on the camera at this time, and I'm realizing that the power was on, but the camera was not recording. And I've already released the fish, and as you can see, I'm being humbled big time. And I did not get the fish on video. So I was unable to enter it in the contest, and yeah, the rest is history.
Alrighty. So what'd you think there, Vale? That was actually before, at the end of this fall, actually, I was out there when I caught that. Or was it like the end of the summer? Anyway, somewhere around there. You feel me? What else we got? Oh, what's this one? Hold on. I think it's more of a scenery video than a catch.
Isn't gonna be still isn't far enough. We got something.
I know there are shortcuts,
A bass?
to
Pickerel.
get this to this
There we
point, but
go.
I
On the
don't
shore.
know all of them, and so I'm sure
There
I
we go.
could,
We're in the water.
decrease the amount of time
There it is.
significantly if I knew all the
Something just got it. There it is.
steps.
Something shallow. Okay. It's gonna be a small little bass. Yep, small bass. There's the culprit, I think, down there in the shallows.
I know I've inquired, and I just haven't found anybody yet to help me out. Or what they charge is much more than what I want to, invest. Even I've had YouTubers here in America tell me they hire people in the Philippines, and which I've already known
Well,
about.
check out
But
this chunk.
I actually
hiding in
found
the,
an American
6 inches of water here.
small business that
Goodness
uses the
gracious.
Philippines to
Look at that.
edit their videos. When I heard
So is
that,
this
I
where they're hanging out?
kind of reignited
Goodness gracious. Totally
what I've already known.
unexpected.
That came out kind of cool. Whoops. Sorry about that. Big old pickerel.
Big old monster pickerel.
At least for
Check
this
that
part of New
mama
Jersey.
out. Yeah.
bugs and more bugs. You feel me? So what I've been doing lately, and it's really, I don't know, it's that's a little, now see, that's a little more going before X's, slang talk. That's kind of in between when I was growing up and when you were growing up. Wait, Vale, you're the 30-year-old. Oh, okay. That's right. Daniel is 40, in his 40s. Yeah. Where are you from again, Vale? Where did you grow up? When you were 19? When you were a teenager, where did you grow up? Oh, in Iowa. Oh, you don't have to say boring. Everybody has their story. Well, I was, I think I've told you before, a Southern California boy. So I had, a lot of Hispanic influence and that kind of whole culture and everything that brought with that, or everything that was brought with that, or everything that brought into, that area of society. The lowrider culture, and the homeboy, talk that was, that you heard a lot of, whether it was in school and or the neighboring areas around, San Diego. In the workplace, I occasionally worked with some Hispanic guys, Mexican guys, who grew up in that South San Diego culture, and that language was, you heard frequently out of them and around you. Yeah. And then the era, was like the beginning of the rap era, with the when boom boxes were becoming big and everybody was walking around with the boombox on their shoulder, or they even brought them to school. It's like, not sure how they allowed that, or if that was even if he was even supposed to have it at school. But in junior high, 7th, 8th, 9th grade, I remember this white guy. He kind of reminded me of the modern day what's his name from Michigan, Eminem. Kind of reminded me of the Eminem of the 70s, and he was walking around with the boombox, and he was, into that, and had his following and his, his clique that walked around with him, and he was into popping, the dance, basically, the robot, but they called it popping. He was really good as well, so I think that's why he got his following. What was the name of the band that sang "Don't Stop Hopping, Don't Stop Rocking"? Hibbity Hop. Stop rocking. Bang Bang Boogie says, jump the boogie to the rhythm of the boogie the beat. My name is Wonder Mike, and I'd like to say hello to the white, black, something red, and something and yellow. What was the name of that? The something boys. Wait, what was it? You still hear the song every now and then, remakes of it, or dubbed into songs today. Uh-huh. Even in Iowa, right? Yeah. Especially in areas that don't have more rural areas, kids being brought up in those more rural areas, unless they're actually plugged in, and have a foundation where what their parents passed down to them, they are also doing, and that they actually do. If they don't, then what do kids do, out in rural areas, where there isn't a whole lot? Whenever something takes hold, whether it's language or, whatever, what else do kids attach themselves to? And that kind of sounds like what you kind of went through. You were looking for something, but there wasn't a whole lot out there. Or maybe you grew up in a neighborhood that, wasn't as affluent, and the rest, statistically, you're going to get exposed to, what goes along with that. So. Awesome. Well, you're still alive, right? Beyond the veil. And there's hope. There's a lot more hope than you can imagine. And now that I've learned what hope actually means, that gives me even more hope. Yeah. Well, and then you meet me online that's talking about a program called Reformers Unanimous. What do you think Reformers Unanimous is? It's a behavior modification program. It's exactly what it is. From a different perspective, from a different worldview. It's exactly what it is. You can't change the way a person acts until you change the way they think. But yet society, has all kinds of solutions and or diagnoses for what the problem is, what society is suffering from, and why they are behaving the way they behave. And they just don't get it. They just don't get it right. And it's perpetuated. And it keeps getting perpetuated from generation to generation. The incorrect solution. And it just keeps getting passed on. I've read the section out of my material so many times, but it's so true. When people don't know any better, and they just keep using their own stinking thinking to try to figure us out, they come up with all kinds of solutions, to how to treat a troubled child, and it's just endless. It reminds me of religions. Human beings can come up with all kinds of solutions putting their faith in animals, putting their faith in mountains, putting their faith in, or their beliefs in, and it just keeps going and going. What else can humans think of? You name it. Throw the dice. Whatever comes out, let's try that. We think about it. It's what they do. I know they do. And so the bottom line is, what structure do they need? What's the root of it? Where do we go to get it? What is the ultimate authority? Where did structure come from? And it's the truth. The T, capital T, truth. That's the solution. And then everybody's all through history, people's been trying to find the truth. And yet the truth is clearly written, and it's always been written. And people choose not to believe that truth. And they've got I see it in my live stream. I grew up with it. I grew up with what my mom and dad thought was the truth. They thought it was the right way for them to pass on to their children. They didn't know any better. They just perpetuated what they were taught. And the truth has always been there. People just don't choose to believe it. It makes the most sense. I've said it so many times. The material is out there. I found it. Or it found me. And it makes the most sense out of anything I've ever seen or heard. I'm sold. There's no, it's not a whether or not I'm gonna, if I'm ever gonna be convinced otherwise. Never. It makes total sense. That's the answer. That's common sense. If you find the truth, the absolute truth. That's right. That's right. It's exactly right. All you can do is tell people about it. And then the bottom line is it's up to them. That's my story. I didn't know. I didn't know any other way. I didn't think there was any other way. I've said this before. My brother said, "Isn't that life, Gary?" He's talking to his younger brother. Isn't that life? Isn't that what we were brought up? Isn't the way we were brought up? Isn't that life? And I'm like, bro, I learned otherwise. Can I please share it with you? You got to see this. You got to hear this. Oh, no. No, no, no. No, don't be going there with me, Gary. You can stop now. That's like you said, you can lead a horse to water, but as far as whether or not they drink it's up to them. Yeah, it's sad, and at the same time, it gives me hope because it's so good. That's what gets me up, and puts me on the mountain. And that's the key, is to just maintain that focus on what I know to be the truth. And that gets me out of, that pit. Do I go into those pits? Of course I do. But I've got a tool now that is beyond what I've ever been taught in my life. Ever. It's good stuff. Yep. I did say that, didn't I? I actually used that word finally. Didn't I call somebody pussy? Or was it in general a statement? I think educate me again. It was just recently I said it. Didn't I call somebody? Somebody pushed my button, or was I just saying in general? Oh, okay, okay, I remember. Okay, yeah. And here, now that I say that, now that we're talking about, somebody else, um, I've been one. I fell into that too many times. Instead of doing what I should do, I took the pussy way out. I did. And I paid for it. And it sucked. And to tell you the truth, because of that upbringing, my choices still affects me today. So I'm not totally free of it. It still works its way in. It's like, I'm in a tug of war, between the truth and my past. It's not an excuse. It's the truth. My old ways seem to still creep in. My old way of thinking, I know. Yeah. I just recently, and not proud of it, just something to talk about. I was in conversation with um, somebody I was doing a live stream, and they pushed my buttons, and I fell for it, and I decided to I just lost it, and I ended up deleting the live stream because of it. But I just realized, it's like, it was that he got me. Maybe it was just that day that I decided, okay, I'm done with this, and I'm gonna let loose with, how I really felt. And we were using all of the above. Are you still in Iowa, Vale? Oh, I don't remember. No, you didn't. I was having a hard time figuring out who was talking to who and whether it was to me or you guys were talking to each other. No, it didn't. So what, if I may ask, what was it in your um, program you were talking about that changed you, that made you are what you are today? What was it in there that made the difference? Did you get plugged into a job or a program that what was it in the program that turned you around, I guess you could say, or that made the difference? Yeah, this school, behavior school, I think. I'm guessing, did you see what you could be, through the your mentors in the program? If they did it, why can't you? Type thing. Mm. On that note, I'll let you finish, but I'll share with you something my son said. Yeah, while you're writing, I remember, I think my son was in. I'm reading the rest of it here. Yeah. Character structure is what made me who. Yeah. Here's a. I made a comment about this earlier, and just a suggestion, because I had to change my way of communicating when I was dating that deaf lady. But I'm gonna rewrite what you wrote, and here's an example of what I'm talking about. Um, Actually, I might be able to like copy and paste. Maybe no. I'll just do it this way. I'm gonna rewrite what you write. And I might get some words misspelled because I'm trying to type fast. Here's an example of what I'm referring to. You notice the ... at the end of what I just wrote? That means I have more to say. I wish my typing was better. You notice how, the comments are popping up more frequently. Um, anyways, just an example. You can break those paragraphs down like into individual sentences and just put dot, dot, dot after it and then post it. And that way it's kind of like it creates a running dialogue. And I can follow you and I see that there's more to be said because of that dot, dot, dot. And you just keep doing that. It's hard to get used to at first, but once you do it a while, it's as soon as you're done, hitting the period, hit dot, dot, dot instead of the period, and then hit enter, and then go on and keep writing and keep hitting enter, keep writing, keep hitting enter. That type of and this deaf lady, she taught me this. It was incredible to watch her. Now she was able to, she used 2 fingers. She didn't have, she didn't learn the proper finger placement on the keyboard. I actually watched her in a hotel room type to her family or to her kids, and she would use 2 fingers, and it was like a blur. I was like, oh my gosh, look at this. I asked her, how many words per minute could you type? I believe she told me 300 words per minute. It was amazing to see how fast. Now, in her case, it was just easy. It was almost like she could do it blindly. She could have she could sit there and look back in the room, just like kids do on on their phone and text. And she was like a blur, communicating with her fingers. And I would watch her, and she'd just be constantly hitting enter, and just having this ongoing. I could see the conversation just scrolling down the page. And never knew that, and I thought, you know what? They've been doing chat before we even knew it was a big thing or how to do it. And they've been doing it all their life. That's how they communicate with each other. So anyhow, oh, that's cool. Yeah. So to answer, my question, I did read what you said. Yeah. Cool. Gotcha. Well, I'm telling you, Vale, and I've said it before, I'm going to keep saying it, well, I don't know if you did this already. Did you already use that website and you went in and looked to see how close of a program there was to you, the Reformers Unanimous program? And not to be, hold on a second. Oh, there it is. I was actually going to do it for you. Maybe you already did it. And I'm just, hold on a second. I was going to go to the Reformers Unanimous website. Yeah, well, I was actually doing it for you. I was trying to say, I'm not to pry here, but I thought, while you were typing, I was gonna go to the Reform You. Believe me, you'll never regret it. It's something it's like one of those you never knew it was available, until someone tells you it is, and then once you start, you realize reformu.com. And the part there, it says find an RU chapter near you and start your search, and then it asks for your location. And I just happened to look up your zip code. And which one is it again? Oh, what was it? I erased it. Imagine that. There it is. Okay. Let's see here. Do you know where's Hamburg, Iowa? Is that nearby? It looks like 34 miles from you. That might be a little ways, like a half an hour or more. I see where you are. Gotcha. Yeah, Hamburg's about 30 minutes from you. Oh, probably more because there's no direct highways. Is there any other closer place? Let me see. That was a 50-mile radius. Looks like that's the closest in Hamburg. That's because you're more out in a rural, or more rural than a city like Omaha. Looks like that's the closest to you. Big city is Omaha. Yeah, 45 minutes. Yeah. Okay. Well, just as some motivation is, I've got a home church that's just 3 miles or 4 miles down the road, right? And they've got a Reformers Unanimous program. I told you about that before. That's where I first found the program, or the program found me. But because of the structure of it, kind of not, I'm going to just say it, is they kind of lost the program format, at least what I know works. And I started seeing them kind of taking shortcuts and, not having everything that the program has to offer. And so I knew of another church that's 45 minutes away from here. And it became my once a week thing to do. I thought, well, then, what's 45 minutes? It's just a time to get out, hit a few, get a few coffees and something to eat on the way with a friend of mine, my elderly friend of mine. And we did that once a week. And I started, going to that program up at that church, 45 minutes away. I thought, what the heck? It just gives me a reason to get out of here. Kind of like, you were saying, something to do, some place to go other than, what in your local area. And so I would take the 45-minute drive. And they had a much more complete program that didn't, forget the spoon that fed them, the program structure. Like I've said before, the program works because it's based on the Word of God, and it's, and it's sound. And so therefore, if you work the program works. Not only as an attendee, but as a director, if you're part of the staff of the program, if you actually they have a literal, I've mentioned this before, they have literal 3-ring binders, the program does, for the different positions in the program. As a director, you've got your, as they say in the military, your MO, your method, what is that? Modus operandi. You've got instructions on what your position entails and how to do it. They've got the same thing in RU. If you're a director, they have a binder for you. If you're the assistant director, if you're a helper, if you're a group leader, if you're a greeter, at the door handing out the tracts as people come in, or the program bulletin, they've got instructions, jobs descriptions for all of these positions. And if you work your job description as it's laid out, the program works. It works from within and on the outside. And that's what was kind of, I think, I was even telling the director at my church, we need to get back to the core of the program. And I made more than one suggestion, and it just was never followed. So I started going elsewhere to get that structure that I knew already, that I had in San Diego when I was back at that church, was where they had all the different programs, the kids program, the teen program, the adult program. They had it all. And they had all the staff to support that. And it was amazing the job that the director did for that program. It was phenomenal. So anyways, I started driving 45 minutes, just to get that. And so if I can do it, you can do it. Just once a week, a Friday night, if it fits your schedule, and you can do it. It takes an hour. Just give yourself an hour, an hour to get there, an hour to get back. That's quite a drive, but you do it once a week. If you got to work Monday morning, then I'm sorry, it's Saturday the next day. If you got to work Saturday, then you got to kind of take that into consideration and realize you're not going to be getting home until 11:30, closer to midnight on a Friday night. It works for some people, and some people it doesn't. That's the time I would get home. I'd get home around 11:30, because by the time you fellowship afterwards, talk, maybe another cup of coffee, and then on the drive home, you stop at the convenience store and pick something up, and then you get back in the car and continue your drive. Yeah, I was getting home around 11:30. Yeah, exactly. Well, just recently I heard, the toughest people are usually the weakest. It's the truth. It's a front to protect yourself, from your weakness, from your weaknesses. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Pretty amazing. And imagine that. Our Creator says himself in his own words, the meek shall inherit the earth. Where did that saying come from? From our Creator. It's the truth. In other words, the weak shall inherit the earth. In so many words. You learn a totally different aspect of what works. How to succeed. How to be blessed. It's like our Creator says, suffer for my sake, and I'll bless you. And you're like, huh? Wait a minute. Weren't you persecuted and reviled? Didn't people say all manner of evil against you? So you're saying if I do that, and I let people do that to me, as long as I'm doing it for your sake, for Jesus Christ's sake, that you'll bless me? It's exactly what he's saying. And you're like, whoa, how's that work? Oh, I know. It dropped me to my knees, bro. John 14:6 dropped me like a bubbling booby on my knees with snot pouring out of my nose and tears flowing down my face. Believe you me, it did. I remember vividly to this day. I was at a Reformed Unanimous program in San Diego, California, in the front row, called the spitting seats, because when the pastor's preaching, and he's on a roll, the spit tends to fly, not literally, in so many words. So the front row is known as the spitting seats. Well, I decided, you know what? And here's the other concept behind that. And I learned this. Never knew this before in my life. If you want to get the best education, you sit in the front row. You know why? Because all your distractions are behind you. You don't have any distractions. You have nothing but the instructor right in front of you. You sit in the front row. You want to stay focused, you sit in the front row. All the distractions are in the back. They're behind you. You don't have eyes in the back of your head. And I realized, you know what? I'm sitting in the front row. I'm going to heed this advice. And it's absolutely true. All you hear and see is the teacher. And he started preaching about John 14:6. I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh unto the Father except through me, but by me. And I realized, oh my God, my God, my God, what have you done? That's the answer. It's gonna fix me. That's the answer to everything. He said, I am. That's conclusive. That's 100%. That's a promise. I am. I am. Jesus Christ talking. I am, Gary. I'm your answer. I am the truth. I am the way. And for someone to lay their reputation 100% with no exceptions, he said, I am. It just floored me. Dropped me off the chair. I literally had snot flowing out of my face. And I realized, you know what? I need to get involved. I need to get involved in this truth, in this way, in that life. That's the answer. 100%. Period. There was no question anymore. I realized that answered all my questions I've ever had as a child, as a teenager, as an adult. This person is claiming to be 100% the answer. The truth isn't a something, it's a someone. Yeah. Yeah, what a concept. So, it would behoove you to drive an hour into Hamburg on a Friday night at 7 p.m. Give them a call. I mean, here's the information. You can get this at the same website I'm on right now. And drop the pastor an email and say, hey, or call their number. I'll post it right here. Call their number and say, hey, do you still have a Reformers Unanimous program at your church? And if the answer is yes, cha-ching. make a pilgrimage out to to Hamburg on a Friday night, one Friday night, and check it out. And if they're not there anymore, well then, then all this goes out the window. For instance, I was curious, where else is there a Reforms Unanimous program around my immediate area? So I've done this before, but I'm going to do it again. Maybe things have changed. So I punched in my zip code, and up came 2 programs. One at my church that I already know about, and there was one close by. And I went, really? There's one at that church? So the only way to find out, I didn't drop an email. It was like a Saturday, and or maybe it was a Sunday. That's what it was. I hadn't been to sleep yet. All night live stream. So I decided, you know what? It's 6 a.m. When's the service at this church? I'll kill 2 birds with one stone. I'll go to church at a church that isn't my home church, and I'll ask if they have a Reformers Unanimous program. Well, I attended their early morning Bible study, and then I asked the pastor afterwards, do you still have the Reformers Unanimous? Oh, no, we closed a number of years ago, and he gave me the story. And I went, oh, okay. But so, the chapters do close for whatever reason. So it might be, worth, giving them a call and asking them, is your Reforms Unanimous program do you still have the Reforms Unanimous program? Here's a good opportunity for me to elaborate. I've said before that the Reformers Unanimous program was started at a Baptist church in Rockford, Illinois. And more than likely, when you look and do a search for Reformers Unanimous programs in the United States, they're going to be located at a Baptist church, only because that's where it was originally founded at. But do you have to be a Baptist church for that to have a program? No. And as you can see, that church in Hamburg is a New Life church. So it doesn't matter really. They have a prison ministry. Speaking of prison, Reforms Unanimous has a prison ministry. They go into the prison systems and they have Reforms Unanimous programs, just like they do out in the civilian world. Same thing, same format, same material. It's the Reforms Unanimous program taken into the prison. Yep. Matter of fact, one of the group leaders at the Reformers Unanimous program at my church, he was part of the prison ministry. He'd go down to the prison on certain nights. I think they did it on a Saturday, because Friday nights he was at the church. Whatever day it was, he would go into the prison system and have Reformers Unanimous with them. Yeah, looks like there's not a whole... well, I only punched in one area code. But if I... what if I got rid of the... Let's see, any RU chapter. Let's see here. Let me reload that. Well, I wonder, I already punched in. It looks like there might, I was wondering how many chapters are there in Iowa? And maybe if I increased the, yeah. And if you don't make it anytime soon, maybe you'll make it in, whenever, in the near future. And I'd be curious. It'd be really cool expand my heart, when people come back and say, hey, I checked out, the program we found, and here's how it went, or here's who I met, or whatever, or maybe you'll come back and say, or you'll say, I called them and, they don't have an RU program there anymore. Let me, let's see here. Hold on. I'm just curious. I'm going to increase the radius. Here we go. Increase it to 100-mile radius. That's a little too far, but I'm just curious. Where else is there? Oh yeah, there's quite a few. Here, let me, there's one in, well, that's not too, let's see, how much further is that? That is a little further. There's two of them, actually, one in, First Baptist Church in, here we go, Plattsmouth, and then another one, two of them in Plattsmouth, and one in Des Moines, one in Seymour, and it looks like that's when I increased it to 100-mile radius. There's one in Hamburg, two in Plattsmouth, and one in Des Moines, and one in Seymour. Yeah, that was, they're more 50 and 100 miles away from you, as opposed to 34 miles. It's 1 a.m. I didn't even realize what time it was. I thought it was, I knew my cutoff time is midnight, but I thought, well, I might be close to midnight now. I looked down, it's 1:13 in the morning. Yeah, where's that one? Oh, that's Seymour. That's down in the south. Yeah, it looks like tucked right down there in the corner, the bottom corner, the four corners. Is it four corners? Three corners of Iowa, Missouri, and Nebraska. Oh, Omaha, that's Nebraska. Yeah. Or Bellevue is in Nebraska. Oh, wait. Plattsmouth is Nebraska, right? Yeah. Plattsmouth is Nebraska. Yeah, no kidding. I know. Well, you know what? On that note, I think I'm going to end it. And I got 12 people. Apparently, it's popping up in front of 12 people. I wished all those people would come in all at once. It'd give me excuse to stay on. Anybody out there want to pop in and give me an excuse to stay? Or is this going to be it? Eight people, eyeballs, 8 sets of eyeballs out there watching. Come on in, people. The number's growing. I've got hope. Actually, that's the wrong word. What did I learn? Instead of hope? All right. Yeah. You feel me? Ah. Yeah, I'm surprised. Sween. Wait. What's her name? Sweeney? No, wait. Is that her name? Yeah, Sweeney. I'm surprised she didn't pop in. And Jr. from the other guy from New Zealand, and the rest. Oh, Zach. Wonder what they're doing. I can tell already. Next time you're in, you're gonna be. You feel me? It's gonna be a signature of yours now. You feel me? Come on in. 12 people. Come on, guys. Make me stay. Let's chit chat. Warm me up. Actually, it must not be too cold out, because I can kind of tell just by the ambiance here in the basement that it's not that cold out, because I'm actually staying warm without this little electric little box heater over here. I just turned it back on. Come one, come all. Come see Jojo, the dog-faced boy. He neither eats, nor sleeps, nor crawls, nor creeps. He's 15 inches across the eyes and smells like a wolf. He's Jojo, the dog-faced boy. Yeah, I know. Probably. He said he would. Did I tell you? I've said it before. Maybe you haven't heard where that saying came from. Come one, come all. Come see Jojo the dog-faced boy. I was a teenager, growing up in San Diego, in our house, and it's -3. Holy moly! I don't have anything to ask. Well, here I got it. Of course I do. I've got the internet. Duh. What's the temperature here? Oh, here it is. Galloway, 27. Oh, it's below freezing. It doesn't feel like it down here. Maybe I'm just bundled up adequately to not realize it, but it says, oh, the wind must be howling out there still. The real feel is 7 degrees. Yeah, it must be. The wind must be. It's been strong. It's been having wind warnings the last few days. Over 20 miles per hour. Wind gusts up to 30. Yeah. It's at 10, so it's pretty calm, but gusts up to 30. That's why. Yeah, it's not too bad out there. Winter's not over with, right? Down to 5 people watching. Anybody? Come in. I'm going to stay here for a little bit longer. See if anybody wants to chat. You know what? I'm getting hungry. Maybe I need to go eat. You know what? That's going to be all right, I've made a decision. I'm going to go eat and watch a little bit of President Trump, see what he's doing, what's the latest, and anything else that grabs my attention, and see what's going on. Yeah, was that you that when you first came in told us that you almost fell on ice? Or was that somebody else? Somebody else shared the same thing. Maybe it was you. That's no fun. That's out of control. You know, I worked in the ice in Oregon uh, a year or two and had that experience with extricating people out of their homes just to get them from their home on our gurney down the driveway or their front yard. Everything was ice. Their front yard was ice. The driveway was ice. The hills going up into the hills, the roads, some of them were ice. We had to, I went through experienced the dilemma of how do you get an ambulance up to a neighborhood up in the hills? And some of the trucks, the fire trucks, because of their weight, and they had chains on their wheels, could crawl up these roads and access these areas. So we would literally be down in our ambulance at the bottom of the mountain while they tried to get up to the residence, and they would literally put people in their vehicles or on their they would actually have a van. They had a van, like a full-size van that was converted I don't know what they used it for. And it was empty in the back. And they would put pallets on the bottom of their van and then pad it, and make it so that they could lay a person down on the bottom of their van and just do what they had to do to get the patient down the mountain to us. It's crazy. Or they would have ropes. The firefighters would have ropes that they would put at the porch of a house, because the whole driveway and front yard is ice. They actually had studs on their boots. The firefighters did. We didn't. So they could walk on ice. And they would put a rope on us on the gurney with the patient on top, and I would be at the back of the gurney holding on, and would just slide as they would lower us down the front yard as we're sliding down the front yard to the sidewalk, and then eventually have firefighters down there to grab me and literally hold me until I got to the back of the ambulance, and they have the doors open, and we would then put the gurney in the back. But gosh, what a fiasco that ice does to everything. Yeah, studs. Yeah. I was even told there was an instance where they couldn't get the bridges, the old bridges there in Oregon, in many places, are made of steel, and metal. So the grate, the bridge made of that metal grate, would freeze over. And the hospital is on the other side of the bridge. So to get to the emergency room, it was a process just to get vehicles. But once they got to the peak, if they could get to the peak of the bridge, they didn't dare go down the other side of it. So they would literally have hundreds of feet of rope and lower slide people with firefighters holding onto it down to the bottom of the bridge. And then once they got down there, it was just a process, whether they had a receiving vehicle or if they walked the gurney, the last however far into the parking lot of the emergency room. What a nightmare. But, you got to do what you got to do. I never experienced that much, but stories were that, they actually had to rig up a system just to get people into the emergency room from the other side of the bridge. Well, you know what? My yawning and my hunger is going to answer my question. I am going to head out like an infant and put this to bed. See everybody. If there's anybody still watching out there, thumbs up. All of you watching, I see your eyeballs. At least pop in and give me a like. How about that? You didn't want to come into the chat. As you were, Vale, and Wednesday night, Friday night, 8 p.m. to midnight, Eastern time. Hey guys, later, Gator.